Good morning. Thank you. My name is Yuritsa, and I'm co-founder of Infinite Capital. I'd like to say you're going to be extremely impressed by what you experienced today. However, before we get started, I'd like to ask that everyone take out their phones and place them on silent as a courtesy to our guests and speakers. Now, I would like to start off by saying thank you to everyone who is here and being a part of this journey. This is the first of many more events to come. We are also blessed. We are so blessed and very grateful for everyone that has helped us be a part of this, in such a short amount of time. Thank you, Glenn, our marketing director, who helped us with all of our marketing. And a big thank you to our team who has supported us and believed in us to make this happen. We wouldn't be here without them. And for those of you that are on our team, please raise your hand. Where's our team? Can you bring them in here for a little bit, please? Come on in. Welcome, team, welcome. So a big thank you to everyone on our team. Please give them a round of applause. So at any point, if you guys need help with anything or have questions, please feel free to ask them. They're all wearing the black Infinite polo shirts. Okay? Thank you, team. Now for the main event. I met this person last year at a convention in Dallas for our company. We didn't know of each other until we were both recognized for being top producers in that quarter. Next thing I see is a notification, you got a new follower on Instagram. Oh, and he also liked 2 of my pictures. In that moment, I knew he made the first move. So I decided to go in the DMs, and I sent a message and said, hi, just hi. And now we are here today, engaged and running a business together. He is my best friend, life partner, my inspiration, my fiance, and business partner. Please welcome Josh Waxman.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Awesome. I'm gonna come down here today. What's up, everybody? You can cut the music. Cool. Thank you, everybody, for coming today. My name is Josh Waxman. I'm super grateful and excited to be here today for you guys. We're gonna break down everything with the workbook, everything for you guys today. I'm excited and grateful. Thank you for the team. Thank you, Yuritsa. And I remember being at an event just like this one, and I remember sitting there thinking, this is gonna change everything for me. And I was at an event called the Landmark Forum, and the guy talking drew a circle just like this and said, out of all the information in the world, if this is all the information that you have in the world, how much of it do you think you know? And probably know a tiny sliver of information out of everything in the world. He said, out of all the information in the world, how much of it do you know that you don't know? And probably another little bit like this. This is stuff you know. This is stuff you don't know. And the rest of this is all stuff you don't even know that you don't know. And it's about this that we're going to break down today. So I'm going to be breaking down 2 things in my life that really build my whole foundation in life. Because after this event, when I was 15 years old at the time, and I started going on a personal development journey, I read the book Rich Dad, Poor Dad by Robert Kiyosaki. How many people have read that book? All right. This is a type of room where a lot of people read the book. Most rooms, when you raise your hand, a lot of people don't read that book. So kudos to you guys. And I started reading books like Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. I got into personal development at a young age, and I never stopped. I've been obsessed ever since. And I hired a coach, Jeffrey Combs, when I was 18 years old and started learning about consciousness. And I grew up in a household where really it was all about business and success, and dad owned some restaurants, and I learned a lot about how to run a business and what to do. And my mom's here today, so yeah, Mom. Cool. But I was always on a journey of personal development, wanting to be successful. After college, ended up running some Philly cheesesteak franchises. How many people have had a Philly cheesesteak? Right, in Philly, you just call it a cheesesteak, but everybody calls it a Philly cheesesteak here. Or a Philly, which is not correct, but it's okay. And I ran restaurants. I achieved my childhood dream at 21 years old of opening up my own Philly cheesesteak spots. I opened up another one 9 months later, and then 9 months after that, COVID. And Philadelphia got shut down. Restaurant businesses got shut down. There were riots and protests going on, and I went from achieving everything that I wanted to at a young age, being 22, 23 years old, to now I didn't know what the heck to do. And it started off like that for me. I started looking at what do I want to do after this? Like, do I want to run restaurants if I can get shut down like that? What do you want? How does that happen? Then we had the riots and the protests and everything going on in Philadelphia, and it was a very challenging time. My stores got looted in Philadelphia during the riots, and I remember walking home one day. It was May 30th, and I walked home through Center City, Philadelphia, and people were throwing bricks into the stores and the restaurants and stealing things. I remember kids running out of Foot Locker with bags, and it was during all the protests in Philadelphia, and I had no clue what to do. My store got called up later. The store got looted. And later that week, I posted on social media that it is important for us all to learn to live in the solution instead of living in the problem. That there's no loving in protesting, there's no peace in rioting. That when we all learn to live in love and peace together, and we all improve our consciousness together, then we'll create a better world. And that's my foundation of my life. And I woke up the following morning to 400 comments on social media that you don't understand what it's like, you're white privileged, you're an asshole, you don't know what it takes, you think this, you think that, and you don't know what it's like to live this way. And they're right, I don't. And that changed my life forever, because I ended up, thanks Eddie. Clap it up for Eddie, everybody. He's been helping me out. And that changed my life forever. My stores I got my franchise agreements terminated because of that post. I had to move back. I had the privilege of moving back down to Miami. I always wanted to come down to Miami, but in that moment, I didn't know what to do. I went to my mom's house and cried for 2 days because this was everything I always worked for. As a kid, I thought I was going to open up Philly cheesesteak spots all over the country, and that didn't happen because of one moment, one situation. And it shows how any moment, no matter what, in a positive way can change your life. And any moment, I don't believe it's a negative way, it's a learning experience, can change your life as well. And today we're going to talk about those things because after that, I moved back down to Miami and I got something I said I was never going to get, a job. I used to call it the journey of the broke, but I got a job. And I made my first 6 figures in sales. I then made my first $500,000 doing sales. And then I got connected to some top people in the insurance business. And I started learning from people making multiple 7 figures and opened up an office. Then I met Yaritza. We expanded our office. And now, in the last 5 years, we've done over $2 million in commissions, over $10 million in life insurance premiums. We have an office in Brickell, the second largest financial district in the country after New York City. We have 20 plus agents now in the office, and we're growing and expanding, and none of that would have happened without the foundation of having consciousness as the growth and personal development. And so, thank you. Because there's a lot of people that talk about money. I know that, we advertise it as the secrets of finance and it's all about money. That just gets people in the room. The reality is I'm going to be talking a lot about consciousness today. And a lot of people put money over here, money and business and success all the way over here on one side of the spectrum. And then they put spirituality and consciousness over here on a complete other side of the spectrum. And we learn things in school, we learn things from our parents, we learn things growing up, that money and consciousness have nothing to do with each other, that money is not spiritual, that being successful isn't spiritual, and that's not the case. Everything about attracting money is spiritual. And you can't get out of situations like the one I experienced without having a baseline of money. Thank you. And so when you build a foundation, a lot of people talk about sales training, their industry training, product training for whatever you do. A lot of people miss what the foundation of this entire house is, which is your mindset or consciousness. And so a lot of what we're going to talk about in the morning today is about consciousness, because consciousness lays the foundation for everything in life. Then you're going to hear from a couple other great speakers today before we go into lunch. I'll come back and close out before lunch, and then we'll all go to lunch. For the VIPs, there's a room right in here for the buffet. There's also a restaurant that they just renovated right here on the 15th floor so that you guys can go get lunch also. There's some other options we'll talk right before that. We'll come back this afternoon and connect everything back to business and how you can walk away with real world examples, real world applications. You'll hear from our last two speakers, and then I'll close it out. And that's our roadmap for the day. Cool?
Great.
All right, awesome. I lost the couch. All right, so we're gonna go through the workbook. The format for today is gonna be based on our workbook. So, Javi, if you can pull the workbook up, please. So there's some events that you go to, like we just went to GrowthCon for Grant Cardone. Like a lot of different networking events. Aspire is one of the greatest conferences right now going on. And there's a lot of big events, big situations where it's just theater style and there's no notes and nothing like that. I wanted you guys to walk out of here today with some actual tangible things you can go take so you can increase your cash flow, increase your business, increase everything that you're doing so that you can go be successful. So you can walk out of here and say, I got this book today and I'm going to go grow my business. I'm going to go grow my consciousness. I'm going to go be able to save $15,000 to $35,000 this year on taxes. I'm going to go figure out where I can get access to cheaper funding so I can grow and expand more. And that's what we're going to break down today. So we're going to start on page 1 of the workbook today. And this is the infinite capital assessment. Oh, cool. Thank you.
Yep.
Nice. Do you have to?
Over here.
All right, cool. Do I have to click? What do I? No. Okay.
What's the pointer like?
Huh? All right. We're going to start on page 1. So this is just a self-assessment that you guys can use. So just rate your confidence on a scale of 1 to 10 in each of the following areas. You all have a workbook and you all have a pen. And we're going to do an assessment real quick on 1 to 10. You can take a couple moments and write this down. But the first question is, I know how money and consciousness are connected. Second is, I know America's biggest money problems. Third is, I know where to get access to 4.85% interest loans, even though the banks have 8.5 loans right now. I know how to put $1,500 a month back into my pocket immediately. That right there is probably the most valuable thing that we've done. I don't know if she just went, but at the end of the year, we sat down. I'm going to show you exactly what I do with my money, but not changing anything, not doing anything, just putting more money back in your pocket by taking a look at some things quickly. Having a healthy dialogue with money. We're going to talk about this today. knowing America's biggest money problems. Looks like we have it on there twice, but it's all right. I know how to increase my credit score 100 points in the next 60 days. We helped in the last 6 months. We have increased Yuritsa's credit score over 130 points, and she paid off over $250,000 of debt. I know how the banking system works. This is key. A lot of people talk about money in terms of sales and business, but if you want to really understand something, you got to understand how the system works. So like understanding how the system behind it all works, you have to be in the game. I tell that to all the agents in the office. If you want to be an insurance agent, you have to be in the game. You should know everything about it, know everything about the industry, know everything that's going on. And same thing if you're in real estate, if you're in IT, if you're in tech, if you're doing whatever you're doing, you want to be the best in the world at that thing. And that's the approach that we take. I know how to increase my liquid cash by 189% in the next 30 days. I'm going to break that down. And then I know how to save $15,000 to $35,000 on taxes this year. You're going to hear from my personal CPA, accountant, bookkeeper today, who's here. That's going to break down exactly how to do that. Cool? Huh? It's all right. We just push next. Thanks. All right, the next page is another infinite capital assessment. This is a fill in the blank. All right, I want to have you guys take a second to ask some questions that most people never ask, but it would be important for you guys to ask, which is, I have X months of personal expenses saved up. I have X months of personal expenses of cash or precious metals at my home. It's important to have some cash, even though cash is going down. I like to keep some cash and some gold and silver and palladium at my house at all times in case things go on in the world that we won't have access to the banks. I have X dollars of cash reserves for my business. Real quick, how many people in here are business owners? Awesome. How many people in here work for another company that they don't own a business? Cool. How many people that are business owners have been open for at least 1 year? What about keep your hands up for 2 years? 5? 10? Awesome. Cool. Shout out to Jason in the back with the Owl app. You guys enjoy the podcast booth back there? Cool. Awesome. Right, I update my budget every blank months. How often do you go back to it? Me and Yuritsa sit down on the 20th of every month and do our finances together. I sat down with a client and he said him and his wife don't talk about money and they fight about money. And I asked him when the last time they sat down and did their finances together. And he's like, I own the business. I do it all myself. I said, wouldn't it be cool if she knew? I bet you she wouldn't fight about money with you if she knew exactly what was in the bank at all times like you do. Then you can say, hey, I definitely want to buy you those shoes, but can you go here instead of here? Or, hey, I want to buy you those shoes, but can we do it at this time instead of that time? All right, just because they have transparency with your money. I track my money every day, every week, every month, every quarter, every year. Never. You can circle that. My business entity is in different types of business entities there. You can circle that. I currently own the following. This is all just for you, by the way. This is just to improve consciousness with money. The name of the number one person I ask financial advice to is blank. Their approximate income is blank. And is that the income that I aspire to be at? This is super important. A lot of people that we talk to say, I'm going to go talk to my uncle about money. Ask them what they do, how much money they make. That's who they go to for financial advice. And they're not at the level that they aspire to be at. You got to go talk to somebody that they aspire to be at. Growing up, with a business owner household, my dad earned a couple $100,000 a year. I knew how to make 6 figures from him. But when I wanted to learn how to make 7 figures, I had to go talk to my coach, Jeffrey Combs. And then when I wanted to make 8 figures, I had to go find another mentor. And then now we just took a course last month on somebody that makes 9 figures. So how do we keep growing and scaling our business? You want to find somebody that's at the next level than you and learn from them. Did you do that or I'm doing that? You did it? All right. No? You figured it out. All right, so if we're going to talk about money consciousness today, it's important to understand what money is not, what consciousness is, and what consciousness is not. So money is defined according to Merriam-Webster as something generally accepted as a medium of exchange or measure of value or a means of payment. Wealth, reckoned in terms of money, a form of denomination of coin or paper money, the first, second, and third place winners of something, and persons or interests possessing or controlling great wealth. The definition I always go on is A, because it's something that's generally exchanged as a medium of exchange. Right? Most of the time, we just think about money as cash, as this stuff right here. All right, but this stuff is worthless, unless you're tipping the guy at Valet. But this is worthless. This cash goes down 7% every single year. I don't care what the government posts about the inflation rate. It's going down drastically every single year at multiple times what they post about it. Because if they really posted the true means of inflation, then we would have havoc in society. Right? And so inflation today, we talk about is the growth of cost of goods sold or the GDP in the country. But the reality is the original definition of inflation is the growth in the money supply. And we're going to talk about the money supply, but 80% of all of this that's in the economy has been printed in the last 5 years. All right. What is consciousness? Consciousness is the quality or state of being aware of something within itself. That's what most people think about with consciousness. It's the state of being aware. Right? The state of being characterized by sensation, emotion, totality of consciousness, the normal state of conscious life, and the upper level of mental life in which a person is aware is contracted with unconscious processes. That's the definition that I go off of. It's the upper level of mental life. There's a difference in levels of consciousness. Consciousness to most people just means awareness, but there's levels to consciousness, and we're going to break that down today. Cool? These are some sayings that will go out there. If you guys want to, I put the answers right there for you too, because is it okay if I don't stick 100% to the workbook today? Is that all right with you guys? Cool. So you guys have all the answers in there too. We're going to go through all of them as well. But if I'm going off script, it's okay. You guys got the answers, so don't worry. All right. So what are some things that you heard at home about money? Anybody have anything to offer? Money is the root of all evil. Okay. Money doesn't grow on trees. You know what I used to say, actually? I used to say that it does grow on trees because it's made out of paper, and somebody commented on my Instagram post like last week and said it's actually 70% made out of cotton and 30% made out of linen. I didn't know that until last week. But now I know. Money is what? Money is a tool to get to your goals. Cool. What else? Money can't buy happiness. Don't put it in the bank, put it underneath your mattress. Right? Huh? I'm just going to find a rich guy. My sister's not here right now, but that's her game plan. So, these are things that we hear about money all the time. Isn't it? It is her game plan. Right? By the time that we're 18 years old, we've had 20,000 meals with the wrong financial planners, right? Who are those wrong financial planners? Parents. Teachers. Friends. Right? Family friends, right? You think your dad's best friend works at the bank and he makes $60,000 a year as a bank teller, but because he works at the bank, you think you should take financial advice from him. So, most of the time we go learn from people that might not have what we aspire to be. And so it's super important to find mentors, coaches, and people that you can look up to in your life. And because of that, we're conditioned to think negative things about money. It's not your fault, but by the time you're 18 years old, most people have never taken a course on money, never read a book on money. They don't teach money in school. All right, my big passion in life in general is to revolutionize the education system and teach people about money and consciousness. Because more people have more consciousness, then people will be able to love and have more love and peace in the world. And if more people have more money, they won't have to struggle as much. And people can live an easier life. But we don't learn either of those two things in school. And so we're going to talk a lot about this today. You can go to the next one. Did you figure that out or no? Huh? It works over there? I'm just too far away? Alright. So, how many of you guys have seen this before? Cool. This is the map of consciousness. Right? So again, consciousness is a very esoteric, elusive situation that you can't touch. It's intangible. Right? But in 1995, Dr. David Hawkins created this map of consciousness to scale consciousness. My entire life is based on this right here. This is everything that I follow in my life. And so if you look here, we have the scale of consciousness. At the bottom is suffering. In the middle, people are just getting by. At the top, people live in the flow. And at the very top, people live in ultimate consciousness. And this entire thing can really be broken down into two situations. I'm going to need a wireless mic. One there. Cool. This entire thing is broken down into two situations. In the upper half, you have power. And in the bottom half, you have force. And if you look, pride is the highest emotion that's in force. The difference here is 200, which is courage. The definition of courage is being able to be willing to do things even though you're scared. And a lot of people get right up to the line and then drop down because they feel too much pride, anger, desire, fear, grief, guilt, and shame. And down here, all of these emotions, a lot of them are based on rejection and abandonment issues that we have in childhood. And because a lot of people have rejection and abandonment issues, we never allow ourselves to transcend levels of consciousness up into power, where you live in courage. All right, if anybody at any point has ever been told that they're gonna get picked up from school, you don't have to raise your hand, but anybody been picked up from school and dad or mom didn't show up? If somebody said, I'm gonna help you with something and then they didn't do it. If you got rejected by a guy or a girl at some point in your life, if you thought you were gonna get a certain job or situation and then you got let go, all of these situations lead to getting rejected and abandoned in childhood. And then they condition you to live in low levels of consciousness as an adult. And very few people talk about these things. And very few people talk about consciousness. They don't talk about your feelings. Especially as a man, we get conditioned to be emotionless. We get conditioned not to share your feelings. And the reality is it's important to, because you can understand the most important thing, which is why you do what you do. See, I'm very clear on why I do what I do. I know exactly why. Not like my why, like we talk about all the time and setting goals and what's your why. I don't mean what your why is. I mean, what are you conditioned to do and why? Were you conditioned to be that way? I know exactly why I was conditioned to be. I know exactly what the situation is in childhood that allows me to be where I'm at today, and also what has held me back, because I work on it every single day. I've been coaching with Jeffrey Combs for 10 years, every other week, nonstop. And a lot of people don't have coaches, don't have mentors, don't have people they look up to, and we get taught that you're gonna be able to do it all yourself. Nobody ever becomes great doing it all yourself. You have to live in power. Power stands alone. Power requires no counterforce, whereas force requires a counterforce. And we learn in life to have pride, right? I'm from Philly, right? Philadelphia fans for sports, they have a lot of pride, right? Right? If you go to a Giants-Eagles game, there's going to be a fight in the parking lot. Right? My mom still yelled. She just did this last week. She yelled at somebody wearing a Rangers jersey the other day. Right? This is pride. Right? And they lost. Right? But this is what this comes down to, is understanding why this happens. Because this is what hinders a lot of people from reaching success. And success, you can have all the money in the world, but if you don't have high consciousness, if you can't enjoy it, if you can't be grateful, be happy, live in peace and love and joy, and share that with other people, then it doesn't mean anything. And there's not a lot of people that talk about this stuff. This is what I talk about. And this is what we're going to talk about a lot today. Cool? All right, next. So people talk about, we're talking about consciousness and spirituality and what the heck, Josh, I thought I was coming here for a finance meeting. I thought I was coming here to talk about money. And the reality is that consciousness has a lot to do with money. If you look here, you can see that as you increase your level of consciousness, poverty goes down, the rate of criminality goes down, happiness goes up, right? So maybe money doesn't buy happiness, but money allows you to create happiness, and consciousness can allow you to be happy. The more that you improve your consciousness, there's a higher chance of being successful, because you can see the difference right here between 8 and 50% of rate of unemployment by just going from 199 to 201 on this map. This one jump to go from below 200 to over 200 decreases your chance of unemployment from 50 to 8%. That's more than 500 times greater not to be unemployed, just by increasing consciousness. So if you improve your consciousness, that's why sometimes you say, the rich get richer, the poor get poorer. Everything that guy touches or girl touches turns to gold. A lot of that has to do with their spirituality, not their success factor. It has to do with attraction, the law of attraction, attracting success. And all of that has to do with energy, and everything about energy is because of consciousness. Right? Rate of criminality goes from 50 to 9%. Wouldn't it be cool that if you said to a bunch of unhappy people that if you can transcend your levels of consciousness, there it goes from 15% of the time you'll be unhappy to 60% of the time you will be happy? That would be pretty cool. That's why consciousness is the baseline for everything, and why we focus on it a lot. In our office, some people get started working with us and they think they're going to come learn about insurance, which they are sometimes, but usually we're talking about consciousness. And then we teach sales, and that leads to insurance. I completely delegated all of the sales training at our office to getting Cardone University, so that I can just focus on teaching people the mindset and the skills and the habits of being successful and highly conscious, and then they can go learn the rest of it later. Right? My value to the people on our team and to you guys is not to teach you about money. You can watch YouTube videos, you can learn a lot of things. You're going to walk out of here with some of my strategies for how to increase your business very simply, and you'll learn about money. But the one thing that I'll teach you that not a lot of people have, and that I open the door to, is this. And so the question becomes, how do you increase your level of consciousness? And it comes down to the two words at the bottom right here: let go. All right, my favorite book, and I have everybody in our office read it, Letting Go by David Hawkins. And his first book is called Power versus Force. And you can understand these things. I read these books when I was 18, and it changed my life. The one thing that I have that most people don't have is 10 years of consciousness training. That's what allows different businesses to be successful. It's 10 years of consciousness coaching, 10 years of working on myself. And I mean, at a very high level, to get it, all I do is study consciousness. I don't read books on money. I read very few books on money and success. Every book I read is on consciousness, spirituality, God, the universe, law of attraction, and that's what I focus on in my life. And these are the 4 words of consciousness that I learned from my coach: is I know, I understand, I trust, and I am aware. All right, there's 2 words that we often say. People in American society say sorta, kinda, guess, I think. These are all words of what? What do these words represent? Doubt, right? So the person that said doubt is in our office, and she's read Letting Go, right? Doubt. Now, doubt is the space between fear, which is down here, and faith. And a lot of great psychologists say that there's really only two basic human emotions. There's fear and there's love. And everything else is a derivative of that. And so we teach this because when you listen to other people, you'll notice now, you can't ever not notice it again after walking out of this room, is how many people say, I guess, I think, sorta, kinda, I'm not sure, I don't know, I'm sorry, maybe. And we teach to use absolutes at our office. Yes, absolutely, I got it, no problem, it's done, I'll be there at 9 o'clock, I'll be there between 9 and 9:15. Which one? Don't overcommit to me. I'd rather you say I'm gonna be there at 9:15 and show up at 9 than say you're gonna be there at 9 and show up at 9:15. So pick a time, pick a place, pick a situation, and this all comes down to your word is your law. And for a lot of people, their word is not their law. So when you say, we're gonna go out there and crush it today, you don't really believe that because your word has no meaning to you. And only your subconscious knows this. You consciously, most people don't know this. A lot of people, most people I connect with, are not consciously in the space to be able to understand the words that they're saying as they say them. And so if everybody can walk out of here today becoming aware of their language. I just spent the last 3 days at 10X Stages, which is Grant Cardone's event on how to speak in front of stages. It was perfect timing, right? But he was talking about your language the entire time. Your language is key. You have to speak in absolutes. People are attracted to absolutes. When you say absolutely, I got it, no problem, I'll be there for sure, let's do it, that's attractive. And I'm talking about attractive in business sense and also in a personal sense. You can go to the next slide. All right, so how do you connect money and consciousness? Everything about consciousness has to do with money. Now this is how the banking system works, right? The banking system, understanding how this works will help you understand how money works, and understanding how money works will help you to attract more money into your life. If you could have a baseline of understanding the history of money, where money comes from, why we use money, then you'll understand what's going on behind the veil. You'll understand why things are the way they are. And if you understand why things are the way that they are, then you'll be able to attract more of that. Wouldn't it be hard to play a football game without understanding the playbook of football? If you didn't know the rules of football, it would be hard to play it. And a lot of people play the game of money without knowing the rules of money, without knowing how the system works, without knowing how the game works. There's another great book called The Game of Life and How to Play It by Florence Scovel Shinn. It was written in 1929, I believe. This is a great book on understanding the game of life. Whatever game you're playing, right? I know we have some real estate people in the room. How many people are here in real estate? Cool. How many people here are in finance of some sort? How many people are in retail or traditional businesses? Awesome. Right? Whatever game you're playing, you want to learn everything about that game. You want to be obsessed with understanding the game so that you can go out there and have all the knowledge and be the expert at that thing. And so the game that all of us play together is the game of life, which comes down to consciousness, and the game of being successful at whatever you're doing, which comes down to understanding money. And you can't understand money without understanding what's going on with money behind how it works. And it breaks down to these two situations. I can still use the laser. That's cool. All right, so how the banking system works. Before 1933, we had full reserve banking. That means you took $50, you put it into the bank. When you went back, they put that $50 into a safe, and they gave you $50 back. After 1933, Franklin Delano Roosevelt changed that, and we created fractional reserve banking. This fractional reserve banking was then instituted nationally in 1971 by Richard Nixon, but this is when you take money, you take $50, Yaritza has $50, she puts it in the bank, I'm the bank. She puts it in the bank, and as soon as she walks out the door, My mom walks in and says, hey, can I please take out $50? And they take her $50 and give it to her. And then she goes to a restaurant and spends it on a meal. And the meal then goes and the restaurant goes and puts it in the bank so they can pay their bills. And then Rosalinda walks into the bank and says, hey, I need a loan for my business. And they say, here's $50. Here's your loan. And then she goes and spends it on marketing. And the marketing guy, here's the marketing guy. The marketing guy now has the money. And then he wants to go put it in the bank. All right? And it's the same $50 that's being traced every single time, except as this is happening, more interest is created over and over again. And so by the time this $50 gets back to the bank, it only takes 3 people to go back to where the amount of money supply in the country is actually doubled because of interest, loans, fees, and taxes. And so now that $150 that she had created $100 after 3 people go to the bank. And understanding this is going to help you in your business because you have to understand the money game in order to play the money game. You can go to the next slide. All right, so we just did this. All right, put $100 in the bank. It immediately gets loaned out. They keep a little bit. Most people think that the reserve ratio at the bank is 10%. Right? And typically, since 1971, you have to keep 10% in the bank. As of March 15th, 2020, what else happened 4 days before that? Right? Right before that, I don't know if they just came up with a new bill and passed a new bill. Usually it doesn't happen. Without going down the rabbit hole, maybe it was already an idea before that happened. But as of March 15th, 2020, this is from the whitehouse.gov. You can go look it up. I literally screenshotted it from the White House website. The reserve ratio is now 0, effective March 26, 2020, which means that they don't even have to keep any money in the bank. And I don't know, some of you guys may have seen some of my videos of me on Instagram where I go to the bank and ask them for my money, and they say, we don't have it. I've done it twice now. It's called a bank run. And in 1929, this is what caused the Great Depression, is everybody went to the bank at the same time because they were scared. And when I went to the bank, I went to Citizens Bank right here, had the account since I was 13 after my bar mitzvah. I opened up this bank account. I have $25,000 in the bank, and they gave me $4,000 of cash and wrote post-dated checks for me for the rest of the money. The bank only had $4,000 in cash. Yes, this is 6 months ago. And then we just went on a cruise, 2 months ago? And I wanted to get $2,000 from the bank so we could go spend money in the Bahamas. And they only had $500 bills. This is Bank of America now. They gave me $500 bills. They gave me 10 $50 bills, and they gave me the rest in 20s and 10s. They didn't even have any this is the bank. They didn't have any money at the bank. My dad said that Citizens Bank in Philadelphia doesn't even accept his cash deposits anymore. So this is just what's going on with money. You have a question?
That's why our motto is bank suck.
Yes. Right. We still need banks for now, but you can learn how to become your own bank. We're going to get into that. Next. Cool. America's top money problems: cash flow, inflation, interest, taxes. The cost of living, you can see how much inflation affects us. 58% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. This was 2022, including 30% of those earning over $250,000. And you can see how the cost of everything has gone up over 300%, but our incomes have only gone up 25%. This is going to keep happening more and more because of the amount of money they're printing. Next. All right, the printing of money since COVID, 80% of money has been circulating since 2020. We've increased our national debt. It's over $34 trillion now. I think that's the next page. Is it? Yeah, here's the U.S. national debt clock as of 5/11/24. $34 trillion of debt. We have $100 trillion of total debt outstanding in the economy. $25 trillion worth of personal debt. If you wanna, this is what $1 trillion looks like. Student loan debt's $1.7 trillion. Credit card $1.4 trillion. We have 336 million people in the U.S. Median income, look at this, $39,500. All right, how many of your rents over an annual basis are over $39,500? All right, we live in Miami. That's what it is in America. And so it's important to understand this game. Next. Annual pattern of spending. It's important to understand that we finance everything in our life. Everything in our life we finance. And I was at this event and he was asking, what problem do you solve? And there's some problems that you know that you have, right? I wake up, my back hurts, my leg hurts, I feel that every day. Right? If you have to pay your bills, I know I have to pay my bills on the first of the month or whatever the day is, that you know that you have those problems. But there's a lot of problems you don't even know that you don't have, which comes back to the first thing we started with. One of those problems is that we finance everything that we buy. Right? And you know, if you understand how a mortgage works, some of you guys have seen me do this before. Let's put this here. Let's get this down. Anybody speak Spanish in here?
French, actually.
Or French, correct?
Okay.
Yep, I took French in school. Yep. Morier, yep. Right? And it's muerte in Spanish? I only know that from being from these two. Right, muerte. This both means what? Death. And to gauge or to engage with somebody means what? To be together with them? To pledge to them? A mortgage is, at the root word, a death pledge. In fact, if you watch movies from the 50s and the 60s, they didn't buy houses with mortgages. They financed them like you finance their car, and then they took out a mortgage years later if they needed money. We call it a reverse mortgage now, but that's what they started with back in the day. We only finance things now because we buy things that we can't afford and we want to look cool. Most people shouldn't be buying houses. Most people shouldn't be buying cars, but you buy it because you like it. Right? Elon Musk rents. Grant Cardone rents. Jeff Bezos rented until he bought his $100 million house or whatever in South Beach. Right, but we finance, on average, 30%, 20% on cars, 30% is spent on housing, 46% is spent on living, and 4% is spent on savings. This picture is from the late 90s when savings rate was 10%. Just in the last 20 years, we have decreased our savings rate from 10% to 4%. It was actually 3.8% at the end of 2023. That means you make $100,000 a year, you only have $300 a month that you're saving out of that. Because cost of living is going up so much. And look at this, this is the payment and the interest. So for every housing payment, 80% of it is spent on interest. And so if you buy a $1 million house and you put 20% down and you get an $800,000 mortgage for 30 years at 5%, which it's higher now, you will pay over $2 million for that house. But they don't show you that. There's no term sheet for it. They don't explain that to you. You're looking at two things when you buy a house: the interest rate and the payment. As long as you can afford the payment, that's how you buy houses. That's how you buy cars. That's how you buy everything. If you have a credit card, that's what you do. And this is unraveling how you spend your money and understanding it. And that doesn't mean not to go spend money and not to go buy real estate and not to go buy cars, but understanding what you're doing and how you're doing it so that you can make educated decisions in the future. This is how real estate works inside. So that's why I like to follow Grant Cardone, because he says don't buy single family homes. Sorry to all the realtors out there. Don't buy single family homes. Buy multifamily that's cash flowing and appreciating and has gone up 9% for the last 40 years, year over year. You don't get any cash flow from your single family house. In fact, you have a payment for it. And when your payment is done, you get all excited that you own your house free and clear. It's still not making you any money. And you think that it's appreciating 4%, yet inflation is 7%. So you're really losing 3% every year in your house. So this is understanding how money works. And we're going to break this all down this afternoon. So we're going to take a few minutes real quick for some exercises, and then we're going to have our next two speakers come up. So real quick, exercise number 1. Take a minute. If you don't know these answers, then go home tonight and check them out. Right, but what's your total monthly income? Again, I'm not doing any checks, I'm not grading it. This is for you. You guys are going to take this home. What's your total monthly income? What's your car payment? What's your car interest rate? And what's your percentage of monthly income is that? And if you don't know how to do the math on that, you can just divide what your car payment is divided by your monthly income, and you put that percentage right there. Cool, so if your car payment is, just to make numbers easy, if your payment's $1,000 a month and your income is $10,000 a month, that would be 10% of your monthly income. All right, so take a minute to do this. The same thing with your mortgage payment. And if you don't have a mortgage, do your rent here. Should probably add that for next time. But put your rent and what percentage of your monthly income is you spend on housing. Luckily, what do you not have when you pay rent? Interest, right? Other non-educated people in the room or outside of this room would probably say equity, right? But the answer is interest. You don't have to pay interest to anybody else. And if you're becoming your own banker, if you want to be your own banker, if you want to be the bank, then you are playing the interest game. You either want to make interest or pay nothing in interest. And so that's what banks do. And then those are the biggest businesses. That's why I'm in the insurance game. Insurance backs up all the banks. All right? And credit card payment, what do you pay? What's your credit card interest rate? And then what do you save monthly? What's your savings account interest rate? If you don't know, you don't have to look it up. Unless you have if you have a high yield savings account, you know. If you don't have a high yield savings account, you can put 0.01 right there. That's the truth. And then how much of income do you save every single month? And as a business owner, I know sometimes we don't save stuff. I know we might have growth. I know you might be running an event and you got to spend 25 to 50 grand on an event and you need to take everything and go put in your business. I know that you might want to grow, open up an office, and you want to do marketing and you might use some of that, and that's totally cool. But you should still have money set aside, not for an emergency. Grant Cardone says that if you set money away for an emergency, then your life will always create an emergency. I have no money set aside for emergencies. I have money set aside for different growth strategies that I'm working on. This is what this is saved for. What percentage of your monthly income do you save? And take a minute to do that. And then the next one, here's a personal profit and loss statement. We don't have to do this right now, but do this with your spouse if you're married or dating somebody. Have this conversation. This is the most important conversation that we have every single month. Because most people don't do this, and I'm going to give you my money budget worksheet. I'm going to give you the exact Excel spreadsheet that I use. And this is just a basic profit and loss statement for yourself. This does not include everything that's on a business P&L, right? Nishay, I see you shaking your head at me over there. Yeah. Huh? There are, yeah, cigars are right here under F-E-N-T. Who knows what F-E-N-T stands for? Fun and entertainment. Fun and entertainment. Right? That's what F-E-N-T stands for. And sometimes in Miami, a lot of people have some F-E-N-T. Right? But rent, utilities, your phone, streaming services, personal travel, food, right? Gifts, charitable donations, everything that you have here, you don't have to do this right now. Some of you guys, if you guys are good with your money, you'll be able to fill this out in 10 seconds. If you guys are not, then take some time to do it or reach out to somebody that works with us and schedule a strategy session so that you can do this with somebody. I offer this to all my clients, is to sit down and go through this with them. This is so important, to be conscious of your money, to understand what's going on with your money. Not to budget, but to be conscious of your money. Because your budget's always going to change, especially if you own a business, and 80% of the room, if not more, owns a business. It's not about budgeting and keeping your money small, but it's to understand where things are going. That's super key. All right, next up. All right, cool. So back up real quick. All right, so we're gonna pull up Nashay's presentation here. So I'm gonna bring up my personal, one of my best friends, and CPA, accountant, bookkeeper. By the way, your CPA should be one of your best friends, okay? So that you guys can work together. But Nashay and I have been friends for over 4 years now. He's been assisting me with everything with my money and understanding what to do. He's the person I go talk to when I'm growing my business. Where do I spend my money? Where do I deploy my resources? And his story is phenomenal. I'm not gonna steal his thunder. He's gonna share some of his story. But I'm grateful and honored to bring up one of my best friends, my CPA, my accountant, and my bookkeeper, Nashay Rawal.
So yeah, it's great event. Josh, congratulations for setting this up. First things, just a little bit about myself. Perfect. So complete sports nut. Grew up in India originally. Was born there. Came to U.S. to pursue my American dream on a Division I tennis scholarship. You can see on the second picture, we won the conference my freshman semester. It was time of my life. Right after college, had offers from EY, Goldman Sachs in New York City, but wanted to pursue my dreams, start my own practice. So moved to Miami, took a major pay cut, and the only reason was that I got to learn a lot, being involved with entrepreneurs, small business owners, and that, in my opinion, I wouldn't have gotten in any of these big firms where, but then eventually 2019, I went ahead and started my own practice, So yeah, if you can go on the next slide, Javi, thanks, man. Perfect. So this is just a little bit about the firm and what we're doing. Personally, just a little bit about my educational background: CPA, EA from the IRS, 2 masters. Bored out of my mind. I'm still in school for master's number 3. Running a couple companies. One of them is tax and consulting practice. Where I'm serving as the managing partner or the tax artist, which is my trademark. I believe this is a work of art. And there's a fund that we launched last year, where I'm serving as the chief investment officer for. But for purposes of this session, we'll be talking a lot about taxes, accounting, planning, and compliance, right? So, just show of hands, who on page 1, if I can get your attention on page 1, the last bullet point, right? How or what was some of the scores that you guys gave when I think the question was to save, or if you know how to save $15,000 to $35,000 in taxes? Just kind of shout it out. What do you guys? How'd you guys rate yourself there?
1.
Nice. Anybody else? Just 1, or any higher numbers? 2, 1. Wow. So are we is it fair to say it's roughly around 5, 6, medium, and let me ask you guys this. How many of you, again, sorry, I couldn't see everybody, are business owners? Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Another question. Who pays the most dollar amount in taxes? Very good, yes. Why? Because they're getting paychecks. There's no deductions that IRS offers. So business owners, we have the luxury to deduct certain expenses, like this could be one of the expense, right? So we'll move on to a couple case studies that we did. So there's case study 1 and 2 where I helped entrepreneurs, we can go to the next slide, Javi, where we helped entrepreneurs actually save or get back $15,000 to $35,000 in taxes or refund, right? So this is first case study. Can everybody see it though? No, right? Yeah.
Send your slides out after too.
I'll definitely send my slides, but I'll just point to key things, right? So this is one of the client A for purposes of this presentation. The identity is redacted, right? So The first highlighted, like the red line, is that $16,000 that he paid in excessive self-employment taxes, right? So that's year 2021. The liability here is $28,000, $27,959. The second year, the liability is $35,89. Self-prepared on TurboTax. Guys, please don't do that. You know, if you're an entrepreneur, don't go to TurboTax, you know? So self-prepared, you could see, you know, like here, so I'm not lying. But what we did, you know, as a part of our due diligence process, it's kind of a law to review the prior year returns. So if you go on to the next slide, Javi. So we filed an amended returns, you know, just because there was a certain error or some excessive taxes which he shouldn't have paid, you know, which I'm actually gonna go back to the workbook on page 2 of the workbook. If you guys go there, what was some of the answers? I'm just curious to know in terms of your entity structures. What'd you guys write? S corp, I like that. LLCs. How's it taxed? A sole proprietorship or?
Yeah.
Got it. So this could be, you're the perfect candidate for this, right? So this particular client was taxed like LLC, had an LLC, was not taxed as S corp. Hence, he was paying something that's called self-employment taxes, right? What we did, we converted the LLC to S corp. By the way, we can go back 3 years. So that's what we did in this particular case study. Went back 3 years, filed the S corp returns, amended the personal returns, and he just got a nice paycheck of about $19,000 for 2 years, right? So 21 got back about 15 grand back. 22 got about $3,000 back, right? So that's something we did. Of course, that was just the past. Moving forward, because you're an S corp, you gotta give yourself a salary. So we made sure we did his corporate restructuring, you know. So we go on to the next case study. This particular, she's a friend of mine, actually does real estate. She's a killer. This return was actually prepared by another CPA, right? It was just, was reactive, meaning she, at the end of the year, she just came, gave the bank statements, the accountant just ran the numbers and handed over her tax bill. Yeah, I didn't see the AGI. So she probably made about 6 figures, but it pains like that she paid about, I'm not sure if you guys are able to see that, but this is like $33,000 and this is like $30,000. So she paid $60,000 in taxes in 2 years just by making like little north of 6 figures, you know? So she's probably paying 30% in taxes, right? Why? Same thing, LLC, did not convert it to an S corp. So what we did again, let's go on to the next slide, Avi. Just amended the returns, you know, and she got back for those 2 years about $34,000, right? So 17,392 for year 1 and 17,148 for year 2. The point being, very important to be sure your company or your structure is set up correctly, right? May it be S corp, may it be LLC, or maybe C corps that Josh and I really love to work on, because there are a lot of, I call it the work of art. There's a lot of magic which we can do to, number 1, mitigate your tax exposure. Number 2, set yourself up with infinite banking concepts. So that's where Josh and I work together. So there are certain things like executive bonus plans to life insurance, or you know, a lot of things that we can do to help entrepreneurs like all of us, right? Not pay excessive taxes, which there's no point, right? I would rather have 30 G's in my own pocket and just go on a boat than to give it to IRS, right? So yeah, moving on to the next slide, please. How many of the entrepreneurs here or people that have LLCs, S corps, partnerships know about this Corporate Transparency Act? Wow, so only a handful from a lot of the entrepreneurs. So this is a new law that was passed earlier this year. Very important, guys. So if you have a company, I do encourage you to please take a picture of this, talk to your accountants. I'll be around, talk to me as well. Basically, what happened is they're trying to prevent money laundering, right? So what does that mean? If you hold over 20% of a company, right? Doesn't matter how it's taxed, corporation, partnership, LLCs, right? You have to do this reporting to FinCEN. It does not go to the IRS. It goes to a separate body, which is headquartered in Chicago. FinCEN is Financial Crimes and Enforcement Network based out of Chicago, right? You have to do the reporting if the business was incorporated before this year. You have until the end of this year to do that, right? So January 1st, 2025, you gotta do that. Like, you have to submit it. The penalties are $10,000, 2 years of prisons or fines, or $500 each day that the report is late. Very serious, so please talk to the attorneys. We do it ourselves as well, so talk to me. Very important, this needs to be done, right? However, if for some reason, you got through this conference, you guys decide, some of you who are working for somebody decide to go on their own entrepreneurial journey, you open the LLC, you gotta do this within 90 days of opening up your company. If you decide to open up a company next year, you have until 30 days. So basically, point being, US is very nosy. They wanna know pretty much your business, so this kinda is a new. Yes, we'll have time for Q&A, so that's how I structured, but it does apply to trust, yes, everything, yes. The beneficiaries, no, great question, thank you. Yeah, beneficiaries have to report their shares, right? So, yeah. Okay, so next. Cool, so any real estate investors? Or wanna get into real estate? Beautiful. So this is something I'm sure Claudine will talk about it. So we work a ton with realtors and the tax consequences of real estate, right? Any real estate investors know what a 1031 exchange is? You do?
You buy a property that you sell, and then you buy another property that costs $1 more, then you want to take that.
Yes. So it's a tax strategy to basically not pay taxes on the capital gains on a sale of property, right? That's the best definition in layman terms, but what does that mean? Like, it has to be a like-kind property, meaning if it's an investment property, you have to buy the second property as an investment property as well, right? So it cannot be like you're buying an investment property and next property you buy is for personal purposes. You're gonna disqualify. Another main thing, if you go on to the next slide, so what are the rules? So this is very important. So that's where we work hand in hand with the mortgage team, the real estate, the real estate agents, right? You gotta identify the new property within 45 days of selling, and you have to complete the purchase within 180 days. And what are the steps, right? The first step would be you sell a property, right? What do you do with the proceeds? Escrow. It cannot touch your personal bank account or business bank account. It has to go through a qualified intermediary, and and the funds that are sitting in escrow, that should be used to buy the other property, right? So yeah, let's go on to the next slide. I think everybody clear on 1031, right?
Yeah, one question. Okay, do you have, what, I think they changed the requirement, right? It used to be that you have to exchange your property for a property. Now you can sell and then buy another property.
Correct. Yeah. So, but the proceeds, right? If you have to do this, the proceeds need to sit on an escrow account.
Right, even though you don't receive it.
Correct. Yes. It doesn't. The amount doesn't need to touch your personal account. It has to go through qualified intermediary, attorneys.
So even if you have a gain out of that property,
Just the gain. So let's just say you bought a property for $1 million. You're selling it for $2 million. The gain is $1 million. You can take out $1 million on your own. The other $1 million, which is profit, you can let that sit in an escrow account to put a down payment.
the point is that gain that is not taxable.
Correct.
You bought another property.
Correct. Yes, the gain is deferred, so you're not being taxed on the gain. You could do this as many times as possible, like, but the idea, what the standard practice is 2 years, right? So you gotta hold on to the property for 2 years. You cannot do that like every month or every 6 months, So yeah, we'll go on to the next slide, and then I'll open it up for Q&A. So how many of you have questions about what can I deduct, or like kind of are unclear what deductions you could use? Nobody. That's awesome. So oh, you do, right? So you're still struggling?
I have a million questions. But
Great. Yeah,
reach out.
that's a great. So basically anything in the ordinary course of business you can deduct. So like perhaps this could be a deduction, your telephones, gas, cars, right? Another thing, if you go, let's go to like a slide back. Yeah. One of the things I wanted to ask, emphasize on is this: the depreciation, Section 179, and real estate, right? What is Section 179? There's a code, certain provision. I'm sure most of the entrepreneurs know, but you're able to deduct the entire cost of equipment within the year you bought that particular equipment or car, right? There are certain rules. That's where we add the tax planning component, because the expectation is the business grows over a year. So why take 100% expense in year one, and then year two, your business grows, so you need more non-cash expenses, right? So this is something, it's contingent on case by case. So we'll go to the last slide, but I'm gonna conclude right here, but just wanted to kind of pay my sense of appreciation for having me here, And one thing I wanted to mention is we're so fortunate to be in this particular state of Florida where there's no income tax, right? Some states actually pay 50%, and we actually, pardon my French, we actually fucking went on war because of taxes, So that is the emotion behind me setting up my own practice in 2019, and that's what all the American dream is all about, right? So thank you. I'll open it up for Q&A. I think we have a couple minutes, and we'll go from there,
Question?
Yes. Jared.
For 1031, it doesn't matter if it's under personal name or corporation, or has to be under corporation name?
Depends. It could be personal corporation, but the use of property has to be like kind, meaning if it's an investment property, the next property you're gonna buy has to be investment. It cannot be personal. So doesn't matter.
It can be under the personal name.
Uh-huh.
I mean, if I have a property under my name, I can do the same 1031 and buy another property under my name.
Correct. But the property in your name, what is it for? Is
Investment.
it? Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Along the same lines.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It used to be like you have to have a building for a building or a land for land. Does that still hold true, or it can be, as long as it's investment property?
Correct. Investment property. It could be building for land as well.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure Claudine would be talking about it, but real estate, what I consider is very sexy, so there's a lot of deductions like depreciation, you could get your cost seg. And I'm sure Josh is gonna talk about it, how you can put money in life insurance and borrow against it instead of going to the banks and pulling out probably 8% interest, so it's really good. So something to kind of keep in mind. Just wanted to plant this seed. I think we have time for one more question. Yeah. Right? One? Josh?
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, just one more question.
Thank you. So I have a question. As I told you, I have an LLC. I'm a boutique interior design firm, and I usually try to write off as much as possible as being the sole proprietor and doing all the business and whatnot. My question is, there's no plans on me on selling the company, not anytime soon, but in the future. So by doing all this write-offs or putting as much as expenses I can, I don't pay minimum taxes, but my company doesn't show as or is it really growing as much as the business that it comes is, or is it, if I don't want to sell it, is there any thing that could be negative in those terms, towards the image of my company or to the IRS or something? That even though all the expenses I have, all my receipts, everything is really tidy in that sense, but is it any downside of actually paying the vast amount of taxes that I can.
Right. Great question. Anybody else struggling with that, or just want to maybe like buy and sell? Okay, it's a great question. Thank you. Let me ask you this: is Amazon at a profit or loss?
I don't know.
What do you guys think?
Okay.
If you had $1 gazillion, would you buy Amazon? Wow, yeah, that's funny. If you had $1 gazillion, would you buy Amazon?
I don't know because of ethics, but in terms of like business,
Just simple
you know?
mathematics. Yeah, it's business sense, One of the
Yeah.
well, Walmart, one of the biggest S&P 500 company. But again, to answer your question, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to go too complicated to this because there's a whole calculation. Meaning, if you sell a business, and Will can attest to it as well, there are certain add backs, meaning your salary gets added back to your personal expenses, your cars, so your depreciation, which is another non-cash expense, so that gets added back. So bottom line is, selling is accounting, a lot of the accounting aspects of things, right? Tax is different than accounting because whatever is the value of the book, meaning let's just say for purposes of this conversation, your value is $2 million, right? But for tax purposes, it doesn't have to be $2 million, right?
Okay.
It could be like at a loss, such as one of the biggest companies, right? Walmart, Amazon. So
That's interesting.
no major red flags. If you choose to sell, we gotta plan it accordingly. So
Yeah.
it's a whole 2 to 3 year process, right? Up until then, the reason why these deductions exist is there's an IRS code for it, right? I do it, Josh does it, Will does it, everybody does it, So we'll definitely be like happy to, I'll schedule a call or we can set up a one-on-one and we can talk more about it. But Javi, just go to the last slide, So here's my QR code, would love to, run some ideas. If you have anything, just feel free to scan it, send me an email, give me a shout out, and would love to hear all the entrepreneur stories. That's something like I love. This is my passion, helping entrepreneurs like ourselves, and while making or saving a ton of money. So thanks, guys.
Awesome. Cool. Yeah. Simple answer. Pay less in taxes until you have to sell it. Yeah. I learned a lot from Nishay. I'm super grateful for him. Did everybody find value out of that? Yeah. Awesome. Cool. Definitely get connected with him. We work a lot together, and I'm super grateful for him in my life. Next up, we're going to hear from our next speaker. This is somebody that I met 2 years ago. 2 years ago at Patrick Bet-David's event, The Vault. And he's been one of my best friends for the last 2 years. We've been through a lot together. We've grown businesses together. We've done marketing and PR and promotions and branding together. He's an absolute expert in this field of branding, PR, and how to grow high-level strategy because he's been in the room with the top people in the industry, in the business world. He knows so many people. I'm grateful for him in my life. I want to bring up Don Cappy. You want this one?
I'll take this one. Yo, thank you so much, Josh. Thank you for having me as a part of the event. First of all, let's give a round of applause for Josh and the event team. This is amazing, seriously. I have been a part of so many big events, and this one has done so well. I'm giving Josh a bunch of feedback afterward, but the team's doing an amazing job. The W, everything is just like, wow, just amazing. But yeah, just to give a brief little expansion on what Josh said. Josh and I met back in 2022 when I was working for Patrick Bet-David at the Vault Conference, which I helped run 2021 and 2022. Was a big part of the early startup team when it came to the sales and consulting side of the company. And we met at the pool. So we met at the jacuzzi. And I had seen him go up and speak in front of Pat, and Pat said, "Hey, I like this guy. It's a great guy, very smart." If you know Pat, that's how he talks, kind of. But yeah, so Josh and I built a friendship, and after I left Valuetainment, he was a big part of my journey of trying to get my footing. and helping advise brands. So he was one of the first brands that I consulted, and we had big ideas. This was envisioned 100%. I remember envisioning this with you, and it couldn't be better. So yeah, so going into my presentation here, high level, I call it new social media PR strategy, okay? So a lot of you, I'm sure, are aware of traditional PR companies, maybe people that help you get placed on CNN or Fox or local magazines or local talk shows and radio. That's cool, but it's a little outdated. And I have all those connections in traditional PR as well, but I'm talking about how do you get plugged in with the most efficient networks, people like Josh, people like Valuetainment, people like Andy Elliott. They're all doing big things on social media. So part of your brands and part of what you need to do in life with your companies is get tied in with these big movers and shakers in the industry. So if we can go to the next slide, that'd be great. Okay, so this is, the pink on pink is a little tough with the lights, but it's all good. This is just kind of the outline. We're gonna be talking about my story a little bit, big digital creators that you need to follow if you already haven't. Blue Ocean strategy, which is one of the main concepts that Patrick uses a lot, that he taught me a lot on. Building a media operation for your brands, content styles and how to use them, different platforms. Then we're going to go into Link Me and Link Me Business and embracing the digital use. So before we get started, I know that we had a very cute Blink QR code up on the screen earlier, but I want you guys to all scan my Link Me. And so scan that with your phone. It should work from all the way in the back of the room. Link Me is the newest, biggest social media platform out there. We have 2 million users that have currently, 2 million plus that have downloaded the app and are using it every day. And we crossed 100 million people that have engaged with the platform in the past 6-month period. So you're gonna be hearing a lot more from Link Me. So when you do that, you can see everything about me. It's my reputation, it's my pictures, it's all the different brand collaborations that I'm working with, all in one setting on your phone. We have the best UI in the industry for link in bio and QR code scan. What I also want you to do is I want you to now go to Instagram on your phone, add me on Instagram, Don Cappy, and adding me on Instagram, you'll also see link in bio in my link in bio. So the Link Me also is not only a QR code functionality, but it's also within the link in bio. And after you do that, also check out Tyson Fury. He's currently using the link in bio solution as well for all of his brand collaborations. So can we go to the next slide? So this is a little bit about my story. I've worked with the top-notch digital creators in the space. I was at Valuetainment for just a little bit under 2 years. I had Andy Elliott actually just so happened to be my top client at Valuetainment. I think he's one of the top clients still there at the company. He bought like 12 CEO tickets for the last vault, which is, if you do the numbers, it's like $20,000 a ticket. Would have been my account, but we won't, pass is the pass, right? So after working with Patrick, also getting to work simultaneously with Andy, what ended up happening was one of his guys reached out to me on the phone. I was doing cold calling for Pat, and I sold him a ticket to come to the Vault conference back in 2021 when he had like 10,000 followers on Instagram. Now he's the biggest sales coach in the country by far. If you haven't seen Andy Elliott, check him out. He's a very good friend of mine. And he's doing amazing stuff. He's built an amazing team. He's got like 20 plus elite sales warriors out there at the Lions Den in Arizona. And I'm very good friends with Jackie and his whole team. And then after I left Valuetainment, like I said, I was trying to get my footing. I worked with Josh, and I didn't even have a camera at that point. I was actually like dirt broke at that time when I left Valuetainment. And I would go into the old PHP office with Josh, and we would kind of strategize on how to grow his brand. And eventually I got my hand on somebody else's camera, and I started consulting and building their social media profiles and filming them and saying, hey, you need to put this in the caption, and this is what Pat kind of did at this time, and this is what Andy's doing on his. So a big thing is just looking and copying and mimicking what the big people are doing and implementing that in your own strategy. The best way to make money is to copy and imitate. We all know that. So, and then I started, the roots of Cappy Consulting Group. And I had 10 clients within, I would say, 3 or 4 months. I had about 10 clients, and I was making about $10,000 a month just advising on social media strategy with the brands. And then I partnered up with LinkMe. I was at the Vault conference last year, bumped into the LinkMe team when I was standing with Andy, and they wanted to get connected with me. I told them about my connections, and they said, we'd love to have you as a partner in the company. So I became a partner in LinkMe. I live at the LinkMe Mansion, which is a creative house / venue in Miami Lakes that I produce all the events out of. We just had 10 models at the house last weekend. Josh was giving me crap for that, but yeah, we just did like a branding. If you're on my LinkMe, you can see the brand is featured on there. The D-Love brand, that is the brand that I had out. So what LinkMe really allows you to do is a lot of times with your Instagram, you're tied to like that one thing that you're doing, real estate or whatever it may be, but it doesn't give you the opportunity to show other things that you're working on. Whereas LinkMe allows you to do all of that. So while you're on it, you can see the D-Love brand, you can see LinkMe Business, which I'm going to talk about. You can see the podcast that I was on, the Sean Kelly Show, one of the biggest podcasts in the country out in Vegas that I got invited out to. And that's all there in the LinkMe. So next slide. So these are some creator brands that you definitely need to be following on social media. If you don't know them, it's the equivalence of being a dinosaur when it comes to branding at this point, because these guys have been out there for quite a while. If you don't know Patrick Bet-David, you don't know Andy, you don't know Alex Hormozi, you don't know Ryan Searhant or Wes Watson, you're living under a freaking rock in 2024. So just wake up, okay? If I'm waking you up, follow all of these people. Patrick Bet-David's big on insurance, shifted his brand over to politics, huge political platform, doing all the coolest interviews. He just brought on Chris Cuomo, which is a very interesting integration into his brand. Andy Elliott and Jackie, they were in car sales, now shifted over to all sales. Alex Hormozi was in the gym industry, shifted over to being one of the, he makes like $200 million a year. I saw his actual statement when he came in as a client for Valuetainment. He was making $200 million at that time, doing private equity, social media. He's got one of the best teams out there. Searhant, huge realtor guy. I made a joke that the Aston Martin building penthouse is probably his listing because he started his career in, just like Andrew Tate did, who's another big brand that I don't have up here, but actually in reality television. So that's a really interesting thing that I learned recently, that if you want to jumpstart your brand, if you can get on a reality TV show, and as long as you don't look like an idiot, that can really start up your brand very quickly because you're getting those millions and millions of impressions. You're getting all the girls to follow you if you're a guy. You're getting all the guys to follow you if you're a girl. So that's how he started his stuff up. And then Wes Watson, very interesting guy, was in jail in the prison system for quite a long time. I believe he was involved with the marijuana business. He's a very eccentric dude. But now he does like hardcore coaching, basically telling people that you need to fucking man up and do better. And he's doing like $300,000 a month now in coaching. So the next slide. Blue Ocean Strategy, I'll just touch on this very quickly. Blue Ocean Strategy is simply the concept that you're currently operating an oversaturated business. If you're in real estate, insurance, event space, etc. And Patrick taught this to be a way that you try to figure out ways that you're getting into blue ocean and not the red bloody waters with a ton of competition. And that is simply trying to figure out new ways to make yourself, differentiate yourself in the space. And that's what leads into content. Pursuing content and getting a great personal brand will put you in a completely different category where you're one of one if you focus on your personal brand rather than just being a realtor or an insurance guy or a business broker. Next one. So building a media operation, I really want to get to the LinkMe stuff, so I'm going to kind of go through this pretty quickly. If you want any of this or you want the presentation, just reach out to me. Get a good camera, hire a media consultant, start posting every day. Gary Vee and all these guys are very big on it. Just post, work it up from 1 to 2 posts every day across every platform. LinkedIn behaves differently than TikTok. TikTok behaves differently than Instagram. You'll find your rhythm of what to post. And then build a funnel, which is the last part, and that's kind of the most complicated thing to do, but I do have funnel consultants that I work with personally, so if you need a funnel, you can come to me for that. Go to the next one. Content styles, okay? So break away from the normal routine of whatever your industry is. How-to content was how Patrick initially blew up his brand. Commercials, call to actions integrated either in the long-form content or on its own with ad spend. Personal vlog is big. That's how Nelk and all these big guys, Andrew Tate, really blew up their brand with personal vlogging content. I think that's the most important, but it's also the hardest to produce because it's most time-consuming. Public speaking, like what we're doing here today, and appearing on podcasts, which is what I've been doing for a while. I was on the Al Show. Shout out to Al for being here. Sean Kelly, all these different things that I've been on, and it just expands your network exponentially. And it also gives you a huge amount of credibility from your peers. Get all of this content developed, and then definitely if you need to talk to me about how to emphasize it and make it better, just reach out. Go to the next one. Okay, did we skip one or is that? Okay, so this is a little information about LinkMe, right? 100 million users, I already kind of went over this. The link in bio, we have Tyson Fury, we have Patrick on the platform, we just got Sugar Sean on, we're getting the entire reggaeton industry. I'm working on those accounts right now for like Maluma and Unwell and all those guys. And then networking with LinkMe using the QR code is the best way to share your brand. You can see how it was completely different from the blank card, user interface. It's just a completely different feel when you do that. Go to the next slide. Okay, so really, this is big. Okay, embracing who you are on social media and just going with it. It's not going to be easy at first. You're going to think you're a moron. My biggest suggestion for this is just get booked on like 3 or 4 podcasts with random people that will have you on their show. Then you get really good at the narration of your personal story, which is then what you push on all your social media. So just get the reps in. Don't worry about it. Do smaller shows at first. You don't want to get booked on like Dropping Bombs or the Sean Kelly show. First of all, you probably couldn't even get booked on those shows initially. So you've got to get those reps in and show a volume of work before you can get booked on the bigger shows. And I can book you on any show across the country. I got about 3 or 4 different producers. As long as your brand fits and you're a big enough following or it's the right fit, I can book you with the lowest ones and then the middle ones and then the higher ones at a discount or completely free. Go to the next one. Okay, so yeah, this is all my contact information. You can scan my link me again, add me on Instagram, all that good stuff. But just on the right, this is traditionally what you would put in for your presentation. People would try to type in your phone number. Maybe they can't see it. They get your email. That's all within the link me. And then I think that's the end of it, but I do have a couple of extra notes here that I wanted to share. I was involved with some really, really big brands, and you might be working on behalf of a brokerage or be involved and tied to somebody else's brand. And their brand can be much bigger than yours or just incrementally bigger than yours. A lot of times in those instances, the boss man or whoever's involved with that brand will tell you to ditch your ego. These are personal notes that I made earlier. Don't ditch your ego. That is a manipulation mechanism so you do not work on your own personal brand and don't work on your own stuff. And they'll say, don't have an ego. We all need an ego. We need healthy egos. Don't be a dick. But you really have to work on building yourself up. And if you have management in today in 2024 that's telling you do not work on your ego, do not work on your personal brand, you can really quickly identify that they're just trying to mooch off of your brand. That's what Andy did really good with his guys. He started, as his brand built, he started putting in time to develop their brands as well and offering them opportunities to also have masterminds, also have campaigns. And that's what I know Josh is going to implement within his system, or I'm going to advise him to implement, because that's what exponentially grows the brand. And people not only know you, but they also know your right hand or your media guy, and it helps grow the brand exponentially. That's one thing. Outside of LinkMe, there's also LinkMe Business, which is the #1 sales QR code app. So if you go on my LinkMe, if you can scroll down to LinkMe Business, and LinkMe Business, if everybody can scan it again, if you don't have it up on your phone, this is the call to action implementation with the QR, right? So you scan the QR, scroll down, and click on the LinkMe Business icon, which is the second one down under the podcast, and you can book a demo with my team to figure out how to implement LinkMe Business. We just got Palm Beach Stem Cell on a couple days ago, It's working great. We've developed the app perfectly over the past 4 months. So if you'd like to book a demo, just book it right on there. But it shows how you can utilize LinkMe for a funnel purpose. And outside of all of that, what I can offer to you, right? I'm getting my funnel together, my personal funnel, but what I can offer to you is access to a ton of influencers, business conference hosts like Josh, other guys out there. I know the owner of Aspire. I know the owner of Andy, all these guys, Bradley. Social media filming and content services, PR magazine, social media connections. I can offer that. Podcast and filming studios all across South Florida. Models for your brands. I'm working with a lot of different model agencies now, so if you need models to show off your brand or come to your office and make it look hotter, I can help do that. And events and promotions and activations through LinkMe. So now every single venue across Miami wants to have a LinkMe activation or event. So I'm going to leverage that to anybody that's friends with me or working with my services or whatever in my community. Come through. Will also help your brands through the activation and promotion. And also, hit me up. I can get you a LinkMe. If you don't download it and make it yourself, I can make you a custom one with my backend team. That's my presentation. Thank you so much, Josh, for having me. Really appreciate it.
We'll give it one more clap for Don. Thank you. Yeah, Don's really an expert in the field. I utilize his knowledge when I was first building my brand for being able to get inside the heads of all these other guys that are way bigger than I am. And it comes back to mentorship, coaching, having a group of people that you can work with and people that you can connect with. Because a lot of people say they're self-made. I know Arnold is somebody that I look up to. Arnold Schwarzenegger says that nobody is self-made. You cannot get anywhere by yourself. And a lot of people have the ego and the non-healthy ego way of not being humble enough to be able to learn from other people, to be able to put minds together. I know that we have our mastermind group where we have a good group of friends in Brickell right here where we all work together and we all build business together and we all support each other in our endeavors. And so one of the biggest things a lot of people don't have is a mastermind group. And according to Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, a mastermind is two or more like minds coming together for a common cause. And throughout my life, I've always had masterminds. I've always had groups of people that I can sit down with and learn from. And we put together a mastermind group. Javi, you can go to the mastermind group. We put together a mastermind group which has a one-on-one strategy call with me and a financial strategist on the team to understand what's going on in your life and your business so you can sit down one-on-one and have a strategy call to go through anything on that scale from money and to consciousness and everything in between to help grow and scale your business. You put together 52 weeks of mastermind calls on Fridays at 2 p.m. Every Friday for 1 hour. We're going to meet on Zoom every single week starting next Friday on Zoom to connect with like-minded entrepreneurs, business owners, real estate investors every single week for the following year. And if you aren't available Fridays at 2, we're going to record every single one, and we're going to put them all in our back office so that you guys have recordings available for every single mastermind group. You're going to get one every single week. You're going to get 52 weeks of cash flow secrets, which are 52 different strategies for how to grow and scale your cash flow. Most people, if you just gave them 52 strategies, they'd probably not do any of them because they'd get overwhelmed. So every week, we're going to let one go to you guys so that you can grow and scale. We've implemented this in our own life from somebody else's cash flow secrets, and we've grown our business 450% in the last 90 days. We've saved over $15,000 a year just by putting money back into our pockets with taxes. We've saved $1,500 a month just by looking at some of these things. So I'm going to give all of these strategies to you guys. You're going to have all of that together for you. Not only that, but if you guys are, for the VIPs, you have the little Billionaire Blueprint book. And if you don't have it, they're available outside. But this is a book that I made called The Billionaire Blueprint, How Billionaires Build and Sustain Their Fortune. This is something that we have a whole course that I just created on implementing this into your life. Not just a little ebook, not just a little booklet, but an actual course and a system for how to implement this so that you can do what billionaires do with their money. In addition to that, we have our cash flow optimization guide that you guys have as well. And this is literally my exact how I operate my cash flow. So many people don't know how to operate their cash flow. They don't have anybody to talk to with it. I enjoy doing this. I do this with all of our agents in the office. I do this with a lot of friends. Even when I was in college, my friends would come into my room and say, hey, I need your help with creating my schedule or my money or what to do. So I'm putting all of this together for you. I'm literally giving everything that I've ever created content-wise into one package for everybody in the room. This is not going to be available on our website. It's only for in the room. You're going to get the Infinite Success System, which is my daily planner. Can you grab one of those for me, the Infinite Success Systems, please? I created this in in college, because I was walking around University of Miami with what Jim Rohn advised, which is I had a gratitude journal, I had a personal development journal, I had a coach journal, I had a schedule, I had all these little journals, and I was walking around 80 degrees at University of Miami, and I put them all into one workbook. I've been literally doing this every single day since 2014. You can attest to this, have I not? I do this every single day for the last 10 years, and it's a daily planner, unlike any other daily planner out there. It literally has everything that you need in your day in one sheet with your goals, your to-do list, which I call your action list, and then you prioritize it and you focus on those things. I have a whole video course training on how to utilize it. I used to sell these back in the day, and I just got them mass produced so that they're cheaper, and I created a course. I was selling the course for $2,500. I'm gonna put it all together for you guys today. And our legacy program, which we sell online. Real quick, go to the next slide. The legacy program, if you can zoom in a tiny bit. The legacy program also has the Billionaire Blueprint System, the Cash Flow Management System, the Cash Flow Secrets. It has a tax savings guide for 2024. It has my time budget worksheet, money budget worksheet. Like, you're gonna get the exact Excel spreadsheet that we use every month when we meet on the 20th of every month so that we can manage our money. You're gonna have a time budget worksheet for all the people out there that say don't have any time. Every single person on average that I sit down with, like many of you, we're all busy entrepreneurs and business owners, and most people say, Josh, I would love to do that, but I don't have the time. And then on average, if I sit down with somebody and do this time budget worksheet with them, most people that have businesses have 20 plus hours a week that they have that is unmanaged time or is busy time, and if you organized your system, you'd have that time back. Right? For those of you guys that earn $100,000 a year, if you work 250 hours a year, that's $400 an hour. If I can help you save 2 hours a week, how much value would that be for you? If you can save 2 hours a day, just a little hack, I'm gonna go through this afternoon, but Arnold says if you wanna save 2 hours a day, just sleep faster, right? You stop sleeping 8 hours, start sleeping 6 hours. 2 hours a day is 730 hours a year. Depending on how much money you earn, think about that, multiply that by $730 an hour. That's how much money you can put back in your pocket by just budgeting your time a little bit. And I'm gonna give you my entire system for how to do that. You can go to the next one. Thousands of free leads, 10 steps to thousands of free leads. I borrowed this also from Alex Hermosi. It's something that he sells for over $1,000, right? This is something that you can have. And then the Legacy Builder checklist, just to put it all together for you guys, to have a step-by-step system for the next 90 days, a 90-day implementation strategy for how you can implement this all. So I'm gonna put all this together for you. If you added it all up, it's over $40,000 of value. It's $41,891 of value. Today only, we're gonna have this on our website, by the way, for $25,000. Today only, it's gonna be $99.97, or you can do 12 months of $9.97 per month. And this is a way that you can start implementing this. So for less than $1,000 a month, you can be connected to high-level business owners, have everything that you need so that you can create a mastermind, having two like minds coming together for a common cause. And that common cause is for all of us to grow and scale our business together, for us to gain more money for our pockets, put more time into our days, be able to have more time to do what we want in our life, so that we can be more successful and grow and scale at the level we want to. So if this is something that you're looking for, if this would add value to you, or everybody in here would add value to you, I'm giving you everything I've ever created in one package. Plus, I'm going to start doing masterminds every single Friday. You're going to have me on the mastermind. Every Friday, I'm going to break down questions, answers, everything that you need to help grow and scale your business. I've spent over $500,000. I added it up last week. I've invested over $500,000 in my personal development. We've invested over 6 figures in personal development just this year of how to grow and scale our business so that we can take everything to the next level. So I'm talking about being able to put this into one system. One of my greatest strengths is being able to receive a lot of information and synthesize it down into one simple plan, right? And that's really what I'm doing here, is putting everything into a simple strategy, simple plan, simple everything for you guys. And we're going to put that together in our mastermind. So you can find anybody with an Infinite Capital Polo to receive the mastermind. You can come talk to me. I'll be hanging out. You can ask me questions. What we're going to do right now, again, by the way, let me just backtrack again. For $9.97 a month, this is something that is a no-brainer. Like, it would be stupid not to do something to bring together that most of us in our businesses, I know in the insurance business, even if you sell a small policy in life insurance, you're going to get paid over $1,000 a month. Even if you are an accountant, one person's books is going to help you with over $1,000 a month. One home that you sell because you meet one more person as a realtor will improve your cash flow, and it would be stupid not to do it. And so come connect with anybody on the Infinite Capital team. This is going to be available all day today. And I'm going to give you guys my cell phone number too. This is off the script, but I'm going to give you my cell phone number too, that you can reach out to me. I'll keep it open. I was going to end it tonight at midnight. I'll open it until, I was going to end it today at 5. I'm going to keep it open till today at midnight. And then tomorrow it's going to be $25,000. And it's still worth it if it's $25,000. We invested over $100,000 in our business in the last 4 months, right, of growing and scaling, of joining different masterminds like this. So join ask one of the people with the Infinite Mastermind, or text me or reach out to me. My cell phone is 305-345-9102, 305-345-9102. We're not going to be able to do this in the future because we have too many people, but it's okay. All right, that's my cell phone number. We're going to have this live. I'm going to just put that out there. Now, I think the next slide says end of morning session. Cool. So right now, we're going to end the morning session. All right, we're going to get started with our afternoon session today. If you guys want to turn your workbook, what page is it? 18. Page 18. All right, cool. All right, so this afternoon is going to be all about tying everything that we talked about this morning in so that you guys can have tangible, real-life, actionable items to be able to take back with you and apply them into your business. So starting off is the 3 rules of money. All right, the 3 rules of money, these aren't my rules, well, one of them is, but the last rule, the first 2 rules are Warren Buffett's rules of money. Don was talking about copying and mimicking people. Everything that I talk about, I've learned from other people. And everything that you've all been conditioned to believe and do is also from other people. And so one thing that you guys, a lot of people want to be original and say, oh, I did it myself, and there's an ego aspect to that as well. But being able to really break down what other people are doing and utilize it so that you can be successful in your life. One of those things is the 3 rules of money. Where's, oh, you have that thing? Here. You can toss it. Cool. So the 3 rules of money right here. First rule is don't lose your money. I live by this rule. This is Warren Buffett's rule. Don't lose your money. It's not my rule. It's become my rule now, but it's Warren Buffett's rule originally is don't lose your money. And rule number 2 is also don't lose your money. And so many people don't live by these rules. Number 3 is read the first 2 rules again. Now, I know I'm a finance guy, but I'm not a financial advisor. I'm a life insurance agent. And I don't have any securities license, and I've never done anything or helped a client put any money into the market. And there's nothing wrong with the market. If you look at it over time, it does go up, and it also goes down. I just don't want to have any client that ever reaches out to me and says, Josh, did you see the news? The market just crashed 30%. What do I do? I never want to have a conversation like that. And so I like to help people put their money into stuff that never loses. And the only place I know how to do that is in insurance products, because insurance backs everything up. And when people say, Josh, well, Warren Buffett puts his money in stocks. He's not day trading on E-Trade. He's not playing around he's not reading the Tesla just came out with something new and he opens his Robinhood account and buys some shares. He doesn't do that. Right? So he doesn't really play with stocks. He buys large shares of companies and has ownership of them. In fact, the word stock actually means ownership. Right? If you do a stock purchase agreement, you're buying stock or equity in a company. So that's what Warren Buffett does. And don't lose your money is so important. For me, I never do anything that can't lose money. And I know it sounds crazy, but the only places I know how to do that are insurance products. And I do that because I don't want to lose my money. The only place that I risk my money is my business. And when I say risk, I mean in the fact of anything can happen in your business. But for me, I know if I go invest into this marketing situation that this is what's going to happen, because I've already done it over and over again. You want to get to the point where you know that you're putting $1 in and getting $5 out, $1 in and get $10 out. You want to get good at that. The financial seniority ranking is something I borrowed from Grant Cardone. He talks about how most people do this upside down. Most people, especially, I'm 28 years old. How many people are under 30 in here? Cool. All right, how many of your friends that are under 30 talk about investing all the time? All right, they talk about trading and they're day trading and Forex and crypto and this and that, and there's nothing wrong with those things, but I don't do any of it. I'm focused on this thing right here. Income. And until you have enough income, investing doesn't matter. And most people want to invest because it sounds sexy and sounds cool, and you can get a home run that way. I was doing an event, when I was speaking at an event with Don, I think he's out there doing some networking right now, but we were at an event with Don, and Javier was with us, and everyone in the room, I thought they were going to be like 30-year-old business owners, everyone was in high school. Yeah. And every person asked me, like, what do you invest in? What do you like to do? What do you do? And I give you the same advice. Read a lot. Don't focus on making any money. Go find mentors. And don't care about what the YouTube guy that has 1 billion whatever subscribers has. Like, that's just my advice. And somebody else might say, that's stupid, Josh. Why wouldn't you focus on making money when you're young? That's just my experience is I didn't do that. I spent a lot of time building the foundation of how to be successful before I cared about any of that stuff. I still only invest in my business, and now I'm investing in multifamily real estate. That's all I invest in. And I have some sports cards. Not cars, but baseball cards and basketball cards. I invest a lot in those. I have a solid little over $250,000 collection of that. And so the financial seniority ranking goes first is focus on income. Second, call Nishay to assist with taxes. You want to be able to control your taxes. Third is spending. Right? If you're not making any money, like, you don't have to make a budget. So go make more money. You don't have to worry about where your money's going if you don't have any money. All right, and then lastly, invest. Invest with extra money. I remember in college, my friends were all gamble. I've gambled. I won some money with gambling on when the Eagles were in the Super Bowl, and they won. But outside of that, like, I don't gamble. I don't do that. I don't believe in it. I enjoy, if we're on a cruise, I'll bring a couple $100 and whatever. Like, that's it, right? We're on a cruise, we're having some fun. But, like, I'm not doing it for the purpose of thinking I'm gonna make money. Like, I don't care about that. Yeah, I'm a very long-term thinking person, and we grow up in a society that's very short-term thinking. Everybody's trying to get rich quick. So at this event, all these young kids were like, I know you said don't get rich quick, but if you were gonna get rich quick, what would you do? I wouldn't. I wouldn't do it. I don't do that. I don't believe in it. And it's okay. I believe in building wealth over a long period of time so that generations after generations can be set up. And she just left, but my mom, when I first got started running businesses, I was 20 years old, and she'd always be like, hey, when are you gonna come home for dinner? I miss you. Like, I'll meet you in maybe 4 to 6 weeks, probably. We have dinner with my mom every month or two, but that's it. I'm not and she respects that now, 10 years later. But it comes down to being able to understand how to set up boundaries so that you can really focus on this. Everything I do is to increase my income. Then I go on TurboTax, just kidding. Then I call Nashay. And I figure out what to do with my taxes. And it's not always to pay less in taxes. As of this phase in my life, it's to pay as little as taxes as possible. But at some point, it'll be how do we make it look pretty so I can call Will and get our business valued, and then we can sell a business one day. And it just looks nice that way. But up until that point, that's all that matters. Then how do you spend your money? It doesn't mean spend less money, but spend less money on things that don't give you money. All right, so in the cash flow optimization guide that you guys have, the little yellow book, some of you guys have it, some of you don't. They're available for $5 at the table over there. But it's literally my whole system for how I manage my money. And there's money that helps you grow. There's money that just is your lifestyle. Then there's destructive expenses. And so you want to do as little of the destructive and consumptive expenses as possible. And you want to do as much of this spending on growth as much as possible. I will easily spend, if somebody gives me an opportunity to go grow and scale my business, I will spend whatever it takes in order to make it happen every single time. And investing is last. But most Americans think of this upside down. They invest, then they think about spending, then they maybe do their taxes, and if they have it, then they're going to go sit at their job and ask their boss for a raise so that they can increase their income. But that's not how you do it. You focus on increasing your income. And there's 4 ways to increase your income or your cash flow. Or 3 of them are to increase your income, and 1 of them is to decrease your expenses. And this is literally so simple that some of you guys might miss it. But this is exactly how I build all my businesses. Is these 4 things right here. This part right here is the most important part of the whole workbook outside of understanding consciousness. This part right here will help you all, if you guys have been on the webinar, increase your business 137%. That's this. These 4 ways. And some of you guys will do this and some of you guys won't. One thing that I talk about a lot too with books and reading, when you read a book, and Think and Grow Rich has a lot of these things. It says write this out and put it next to your bed and read it aloud 2 times daily. Many people don't do that. I always do that. So in this workbook, this part is probably the most important part to do. Some of you guys still might not do it, but I'm telling you this is important. Is to write down how many customers that you have on whatever basis it is. Whether you track it weekly, monthly, annually, it depends on your business. For real estate, you might track it annually. Hopefully you get to the point where you can track it monthly, right? But you can track it annually. I track it weekly. When I was running my restaurants, I tracked it daily because there's a lot of cash flow in and out. It depends how your business is structured. But you want to figure out what your customer count is, which is how many customers you have, how much those customers spend on average, how frequently those customers come to you, and then also what are your unnecessary expenses. And there's an exercise here to be able to do that. Weekly or monthly is the most typical. And so I already know last month we sold 16 policies. The average customer spent just under $1,000 a month on a policy, which is we did 11,800 and change in average policy size last month. Our frequency is a lot longer because we're selling life insurance, right? But I was running a restaurant. I want those customers coming in every day, right? I had some customers that would come in every single day to get a cheesesteak, right? So how do you get more? If somebody's coming in once a month, How do you get them to come in once every 3 days? If you're selling them life insurance for just them, how do you get them to also get it for their wife and their kids and then come back to you in a year to get some other services? Right? You want to increase your frequency of how often they come to you, and it's different for everybody. Right? Some of these people aren't buying a home. If you're a mortgage lender or a realtor, like people aren't going to buy a single family home every year. But one way that you can get more frequency out of them is getting referrals. That one person can lead to more business in a higher frequency by doing that. So this is super important. There are only 3 ways to increase your business: increasing the amount of customers you have, increasing how much money they spend, and increasing how frequently they come. Depending on your business, one of those might be easier or harder to tweak. Again, in a long-term sales cycle, you might just forget about frequency for right now and keep it where it's at. And how can you get more people to spend more money? That's what we focus on in our office. Like when we started our office, we were doing about $200 to $300 a month policies. Then we got it to $500 to $600 a month policies, and now we're doing $900 to $1,000 a month policies on average. Some are bigger, some are smaller. That's the average. Right? In a restaurant per se, because that's just my experience, how can I get every single person that comes in to get a hoagie or a cheesesteak to also get fries and a drink? Right? How can I get them to do that? Or maybe there's a chips and a drink. Or how can I just at least get them to get fries? This is how you increase your sales. All right, so what are some businesses that we have in here? Well, who wants to volunteer? Cool. All right, awesome. Thanks, Zach. Cool. So Zach, what's your business?
So I got a few businesses, but the businesses I'm focused on right now is actually factory homes
Factory homes?
for
Cool.
providing those to developers.
Awesome. And how many customers do you have on a monthly or weekly basis for that?
Right now we're aiming to do 500 homes, but it's based off of how many developers, right? So instead of breaking it down into customers, we'd break it down into how many developers have plots of land of 50 to 100 plots of land to develop
Okay, cool.
nationwide.
Here, change. I just like having the green one because it has money at the bottom. All right, cool. All right, so 500 for the year,
500 per month.
500 per month. How much are they going to spend?
They'll spend roughly for 100. They'll spend
It's per 100?
it's 100,000 per unit.
100,000 per unit. Cool.
Correct.
So 500 would be your customer count per month. 100,000 would be your customer spend. And how frequently would those developers come to you?
Well, we're looking to expand every single day, so we get a developer. So if
That would be more clients, right? But with
no, it's not more clients because we're not going
Okay.
direct to consumer. We're going direct to
developer.
developer. Yeah.
So how often, on average, what would you say would be would they come every month to you and buy another X amount?
They would do it after they have another development.
After
so,
they have another development.
So if we broke it down, it's 50 million for 500 units a month.
Cool.
That could be broken down into, 10 developers.
Okay.
So if you got another developer every month, you could add more cap.
Awesome. So let's just, to make numbers easy and make the exercise easy, let's just say it's one per month, right? So if you have 500 customers right now, multiplying that number by 1.1 is 550 in a month, right? If they're doing $100,000 right now, how can you get it to $110,000? If they're coming in once a month, how can you get them to buy 1.1 times per month? And some of you might be like, well, how could you come 1.1 times a month? It's an average, which means you have some developers that buy every month, some buy every couple months, some buy once and then not for a whole year. That's what you would do to increase that. And if you do just those first 3, you'll increase your business 30%. So it's $50 million times 30% is what, $65 million?
Yeah,
Right, an extra,
65.
an extra $15 million in your business would be $60 million, $65 million in revenue. So
Per-
you guys
per month.
Per month. So you can guys all do this based on your numbers, and then decreasing your unnecessary expenses. I mean little things. Look at some of the things that you're spending money on, and I do this once a year. All right, cool. Clap it up for Zach for the illustration. Thank you. Thank you. Right, but if you save, on average, when I sit down with somebody, we save like 7% on average of unnecessary expenses. And I'm not meaning like budgeting. I'm meaning like you don't use this, or there's a cheaper option of this out there, or you can just easily, very quickly, you can do this and save 7% of your expenses. And so if you increase this 10%, 10%, 10%, and down 7%, which increases your cash flow 37% in total, you can do that every single year. I do this first 3 every week, right? We're always increasing this, right? And then this last part, I track it every month. I do my numbers, but every year I really do a hard look at everything. We sat down, we saved like $1,300 a month, and we didn't cut anything out. We just changed a couple things around. $1,300 a month is $13,000 and change per year. So that's something that you guys can all do to walk out of here and do together with your business partner, with yourself. But if you have a business that's doing $100,000 in revenue and you increase your business 37%, that's $37,000 in extra revenue just from this one page, page 19. Page 19, dog ear it or highlight it or whatever you do. Cool? Next. Inflation. We talked about inflation a little bit earlier, right? The answers are right here next to you. But outpacing inflation, you want money to work for you. You want to at least have your income be greater than the percentage of inflation. And nobody really knows what the true amount of inflation is. Now, you can Google it and the government will say something, but the government's going to say whatever they're going to say to make sure we don't have a panic and a revolution in the country. All right? That's the truth. Because if you actually divide the amount of money supply that there was this year or last year by money supply the year before, inflation's over 100% annually. So it comes down to understanding what inflation really means. But in 2023, the average inflation rate was 4.1, 8, 4.7, 12, or 1.2. This makes no sense, by the way, because how could inflation in 2020 be 1.2 when they printed $7 trillion? Alright, so whatever. But this is just what most people in finance will talk to you about. And if you Google it, all I did was Google what was the inflation rate in the last 4 years. Alright, so that's that right there. You want to outpace inflation. Or you want to put your money into things that are at least growing an average of 5, 6, 7% every single year. Tax-free. Right? When we talk about growth, here's the next part is taxes. You heard a great intro from Nishay earlier, but I write tax-free for inflation because a lot of people talk about stocks and growth and they forget to talk about taking their taxes out. Meaning that the stock market grows 8%, but reality is you have to subtract, when you sell it, you have to subtract capital gains tax. So you're really only gaining 6.2%. So can you get 6.2% or more tax-free? There's ways for you to do that. A lot of people don't focus on taxes, which is why we're going to have that conversation. So here's 10 ways to decrease taxes. Move to Florida, because it's beautiful. There's only 2 places with palm trees realistically, and it's Florida and California, and one has no taxes and one has the most taxes. So using the process of elimination, you just end up down here somewhere. All right? Tax credits, tax deductions, tax deferred accounts, tax advantaged accounts, tax loss harvesting, tax efficient investments, FSAs, business deductions, and timing of income and expenses. I think one of the most important things that Nishay's added value to me on is, I learned business deductions from my dad. It's called put everything on your business credit card and let your accountant figure it out later. All right, so for some of you like, I can't put my phone on there. Didn't you just call a client? I can't put my car on there. Well, where do you drive every day? I can't, how am I supposed to do that? Right? I should add this on here, but here's something that's not in the book that I help a lot of people with, and you can write this down on the notepads or on the side here. But here's 4 things everybody in here should have. 1 is an LLC. Then, as soon as you get an LLC, you go get a EIN number. That means you're officially in business. You can do both of those for free, one on sunbiz.com and the other one on irs.gov. The next thing you can do is go to the bank and open up a checking account for your business bank account. I only use Chase and Bank of America because at some point every other bank will fail, and they will all be bought by Bank of America and Chase, and it's just what's going to happen. And then lastly is go get a business credit card. And I say I mean 10 business credit cards at 0% interest. And you can call, where's Eugene? Eugene, he does this for a living, right? Getting 0% interest credit cards, business funding, credit and repair. I also have a couple people that you can talk to that help you do that I know from before I met Eugene. But this is what you can do, right? Eugene, raise your hand. There's Eugene. If you need to get 0% interest credit cards and credit funding, talk to him. This is what we do. I literally just, yeah, it's all right. No, it's but I just got like 4 more business credit cards at 0% interest, like in the last week. All right, and then they remove your inquiries because they're business inquiries, and then you can do it all over again. And this is how you grow your business with 0% interest, and then the timing of your income and expenses. If you time it properly, depending on how you file, quarterly or monthly or annually, you can time your income and expenses so that it's on a certain quarter or not on a certain quarter, or in a certain year or not in a certain year, so that you can have your books look the way that you want your books to look. I'm not a CPA or an accountant, but I grew up, my dad taught me all these things. And it's just, I put everything on my business credit card. I mean, she needs, stand up, babe, come on. Did you her nails, did you get your nails done because you wanted to or because you had a business event?
Business event.
Business event. Did you get that dress yesterday because you wanted to or you have a business event?
Business event.
Business event. Did you wear that watch for yourself or you wear it to work every day?
I wear it to work every day.
She wears it to work every day. These are business expenses. Okay? And this is how you can utilize that. Did you do that or I did that? Oh, this works now. Or no? Yeah? Oh, maybe not. All right, I'm just going to stop touching it. Go back one. All right, interest. Interest originally also meant, if you can't tell, I'm big on definitions of words and stuff. But the word interest meant interest just like you're interested in something. That's what the original word of interest means. And so if you're interested in something, you usually have some sort of energy towards it. And interest, I know you can't see it back here, but it's in your workbook. If you look at interest is really, the real definition of interest is the money that a banker makes by lending out your money. That's what interest is. And if you read a book called The Creature from Jekyll Island by G. Edward Griffin, it's about the history of the Federal Reserve, which is not a federal institution, by the way. It's a private institution owned by the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds and the Morgans and the Vanderbilts. If you understand the banking system, you can understand how to use it. And these are all different rates of banks. Right now, prime rate is 8.5%. High yield savings accounts are between 4 and 5%. But everybody that has a Chase, Bank of America, or Wells Fargo, which are the top 3 banks in America today, have a 0.01% savings rate. Bonds right now, U.S. Treasuries, 4.5%. Cars, I mean, I took these are like, what is this, as of 5/11/24, a couple weeks ago. When I finalized this, these were the rates. So you go get a car, it's 6 to 8%, and that's like baseline. I was at like 750 credit. And then mortgages are 6, 7, 8%. And it's important to know this so that you can outpace it. You need to have returns greater than this or you're losing money on interest. And when people ask me, what should I pay off first? It's not always the highest interest payment makes sense. It depends on your cash flow situation. It depends on understanding money. It depends on what your payment is, what the terms are. Right, I have a EIDL loan, the Economic Injury Disaster Loan from the government during COVID. It's a 30-year, 3.75% loan. I'm never paying that thing off. I'm always gonna make more than 4% on everything that I do. So why would you ever pay it off? It makes no sense to. I'll make my payments every month, but I'm never gonna pay it off. And it's 28 years down the road. Because the question becomes, if you could go use the same, I pay about $3,000 a month in that. If I can go use the same $3,000 a month and go put it into this marketing project or run an event and make more money because of that, then is it better to grow your business 4% or to save 3.75%? And the answer is to grow your business 4%. It's better to grow your business 3.76% than pay off something and save 3.75%. So it's always important to understand what the deal is. It's not always paying off the highest interest. It's because your credit card payment, again, you might be, even though yes, you don't want to get into credit card debt, you also could utilize that money to grow something greater than 30%, if that's your return. So the answer is, it depends when it comes to money and paying off things with interest. But you always want to outpace this and outpace inflation, or you're losing money. I don't keep any money up here. I keep no money in the banks, hence our stickers and t-shirts. All right, next. Is that a good video? Cool. All right, life insurance. This is where I keep my money because I can't get a loan anywhere under 5%, anywhere beside life insurance companies. So I'm engaged now. I don't have any kids. Most people think about life insurance as something that you utilize when you die. I don't use it for that reason. I use it for this, so I can get 5% loans. So that when I go out there and I need to do something to grow and scale my business, that I can go put money into a life insurance policy, a cash value life insurance policy, and I can borrow that money out at less than 5% with no payback terms, no credit check, no financial reporting. I don't have to give them my tax returns. I don't have to give them anything. Adam Frater has entered the building. Cool. All right. So this is what I utilize my money for. This is where I put my money because I will always grow my money greater than 5% because my business profits at least 5%. My business profits a lot more than 5%, but if your business profits at least 5%, then it's important to borrow money at just under 5% and grow your money. Otherwise, you're going to lose it. Otherwise, you'll always be losing money. And some of the non-math people may have checked out, but the whole concept is to understand that you want to talk to somebody, if you're not good at this stuff, about what to do and where you pay. You always want to outpace inflation and outpace the interest that you're paying to somebody else. Anybody have any questions about that? All right, cool. Next is our most valuable commodity, which is time. We all have 365 days in a year. We all have 168 hours in a work week. I live my life based on the 168-hour work week. We all have 1,440 minutes. We all have 24 hours. We all have 3,600 seconds. We all understand this, 86,400 seconds in a day, 1,440 minutes in a day, 24 hours in a day, 186 days in a week, or hours in a week. And how you structure that changes everything in your life. And that's what wherever it is, the system is. This system helps me every day with my time. And if you look at my calendar and my phone, wherever it is, I don't know where my phone, oh, it's right here. My phone is always completely booked, color-coded by what business and what the situation is. And if you go back to like 2014, it looks like this too. All right, everything, I don't know if you can see, but everything is color-coded based on what it is. I never have any white space. And if I do, I fill the gaps in, and I have enough stuff going on that I can fill the gaps. These are exactly how you want to have your schedule done, because time is so valuable, you're never going to be able to get back done. And so the solution to all of these things is to become your own banker. Right? If you don't want to go to the bank, and you're going to have to use the bank as an intermediary, but becoming your own banker is everything that we do in our business and everything I utilize in my life. And it's important to understand the concept because you have to shift the mindset. We're so conditioned in society financially to when it comes to money, we want to save, right? We get taught saving money. And say a penny saved is a penny earned. We learn about saving money, and our parents tell us to save money, and our grandparents say, if I could do anything different, I would have saved more money. Like, that's not what successful people do. Right? And so it's important to understand this because when you come back to being your own banker, you have to shift from the consumer mindset to the banker mindset. A banker makes money on what again? Interest. And a consumer doesn't want to pay what? Interest. So you have to totally flip your complete mindset. So instead of trying to save as much interest, you want to put as much interest into your pocket. And instead of going to the Bank of America, you go to the Bank of Josh, or the Bank of Jordan, or the Bank of Zach, or the Bank of Terrence, or the Bank of whatever, insert your name. Whatever your name is, you want to insert that name. Because you want to create your own bank and be your own banker. And so every time that you go do this, you're not trying to save interest, you're trying to gain interest. And it's very hard for us to conceptualize. It comes down to all the things that we don't know. Because we're so conditioned in society to not want to pay interest, to not go into debt. That debt is bad. Debt is not bad. If I could borrow $50,000 and then put it into something that's going to get me $50,001, is that a bad investment? No. If you could borrow $1 million at 5% and then go buy a property that cash flows 6%, is that a bad investment? No. Right? If you could borrow money at 0% interest and then put it into anything that doesn't lose, is that a good investment? Right, so that's why it's so important to have as much money as possible, have good debt. You want to have as much debt as possible that helps you grow and scale your business. And then you want to take all the money that you're saving in interest and put it back into your pocket. And so the whole concept of infinite banking, becoming your own banker, it comes from the late 90s, early 2000s, Nelson Nash, again, something I didn't create, but something I've been following for a while now, is understanding how to take all of these interest payments that you're paying elsewhere and put it back into your pocket. And so next time you want to buy a car, instead of going to your credit union or the financing company, you go to your bank. You go to the Bank of Josh. And you borrow money from the Bank of Josh. When you go buy a home, instead of going to private lenders at 12 to 15%, you go to the Bank of Nick and you borrow money. You want to be able to be your own banker, and it literally means what it means. Become your own banker. And you put all of that money back into your pocket that you're paying to outside people. And one of the exercises that we went through in the morning was all of the money that you're financing elsewhere, all of that interest payment. If you are the bank, they're making all of that money every single month, every year off of you. Imagine if you owned the bank. Imagine if you could put all that money back into your pocket. That's what I teach people with their money. The other way. Cool. And so if you were going to build your own investment, right, we can build this together. If you want to zoom in, you can zoom in on this one. And it's also in your book. But let's build this investment together. Let's talk about returns and interests. Right? You would want that investment to have a high rate of return, right? Right? You'd want it to have a consistent rate of return. Right? You don't want it to go up and down. You want it to be consistent. You'd want it to be safe. A lot of people put money into places that aren't safe. And to me, safe means what? It follows the 3 rules of money, which are, so if you can lose your money, is it safe? No. And then look at all the things that you put your money into and ask, is it safe? Most likely the answer is no. Is it liquid? Liquid means what? Accessible, right? That you can access it, right? Is real estate a great investment? It depends. Is it multifamily or single family? Is it cash flowing? Is it, if you have a 5% loan out there and it's cash flowing 6%, yes. But if you borrow at 7% and you get only 5%, maybe not. But it's not liquid, right? So it depends. Is it guaranteed? There's only one place in the world you can have guaranteed money. I don't care what is advertised. The reality is there's only one place you can have guaranteed money. Is it tax-free? You want to have tax benefits. You want it to have no market volatility. That way your market doesn't go up and your money doesn't go up and down. Passive income. Everybody's talking about passive income, right? Every young person wants passive income. And they have no earned income. You have to have earned income that leads to residual income that leads to passive income. And we grow up in a society right now where everybody just wants passive income. I agree you want to have more passive income, but learn to earn income first. You want it to be creditor protected, inflation protected, asset protected. You don't want it to go through probate. You want to be able to control it. Transfer ownership to your family. Have it be easy to manage. Have no fees, no penalties. Have it be reputable, private, and you want to be able to access it 24/7. And so the only place that I know that you can do this, next slide, is dividend paying cash value life insurance, because it fits every quality of the perfect investment. And this is not, like, I'm not selling life insurance policies today, so don't worry. All right, I'm not selling any life insurance policies, but I'm just teaching you what I learned that got me into the business, which is that this is the only place that you can do that. This is the only place I know that you can do that. If you look at most of the places that you can put your money, the 4 homes of money, you have banks, you have stocks, bonds, mutual funds, 401ks, IRAs, you have real estate, and then you have insurance. And if you want that money to be liquid, safe, give you a return, and have tax advantages, you have to look at, does each one do that? This is called the 4 homes of money. And so, are banks liquid? Can you take money out? Let's do this together. Can you take money out of the banks whenever you want? It's liquid, right? As of right now, sometimes you might go there and they might tell you they don't have any cash. But it's liquid typically. Is it safe? Are you going to lose your money in the bank? It is safe, typically, right? But quick, cool fact for you. A lot of people say this to me all the time. Yeah, but is it FDIC insured? You know the FDIC has $5 trillion there's $5 trillion of FDIC insured money, and there's only $88 billion in their fund. So if, God forbid, we have another situation where people are going to the banks and requesting all their money, the FDIC will run out of money. So your money is not backed up at the bank. I don't care what it says on the little sign when you walk in and give them your money. That's not accurate. It's a lie. Just like a lot of other things in the banking system. All right? Do you get a rate of return at the bank? No. Right? If you have a checking account, no. And somebody be like, yeah, but mine gets 1%. That doesn't count. Right? Is it tax-free? It's taxable. So you get 2 out of 4 here. Okay? Let's do stocks, bonds, mutual funds, 401ks, IRAs. Does anybody know the difference between a 401k, 403b, TSP, 457, or am I speaking a foreign language? Okay? All that they are different tax codes for the same thing. They're all just different tax codes for tax-deferred retirement accounts. It just depends on what you do for a living. Are stocks, bonds, mutual funds, 401ks, IRAs liquid? Can you take it out when you need to? Yes? No?
You can take it out with interest.
Semi? Huh?
Before 65, like, you can get a loan.
You have to liquidate a stock.
How many of you guys have a 401k? How many of you guys have an IRA? Okay, how many of you guys don't know if it's liquid or not? Yeah, you can borrow it, right? Are stocks, bonds, mutual funds liquid? Yes. Huh? Yeah, you can sell them, right? It's very easy. If you have a Robinhood account, hey, hello. If you have a Robinhood account, you can cash the money out or go to your account tomorrow. Yes. But 401ks and IRAs, you can't access it until you're 59 and a half. And I heard some people say 65. But it's important. If you have an investment, it would be important to learn everything about that thing that you have, by the way. Right? It would. I wouldn't put my money into anything just because I got a stack of papers on my first day of the job and the HR lady that makes $45,000 a year told me to sign everything. That's what most of America does. Here's a big stack of papers. Click here, sign here, do this, do that, do that. And you can, and we'll get you a 401k. And we're gonna match it, 3%. It's ridiculous. Anyway, you can get half, we'll put a half there. Sometimes it's liquid, sometimes it's not, it depends. Is it safe? Who thinks it is safe? Okay, so if it's not, what does the definition of it being safe mean? You can't lose your money. So if you're following Warren Buffett's rules of money, is this safe? Can you lose your money? You can. Okay, so if you can lose your money, is this something that you should put your money into? That's a question for you. Maybe. Not me. I follow Warren Buffett's rules of money. It might be for you if you don't follow them. That's fine. I don't do that. Does it give you a return? Maybe. Everyone says yes. It's a maybe. It's a maybe. Quick side note. I just talked to a guy, he has $3 million in a 401k. What's the first thing he's gonna have to do if he cashes it out?
Pay taxes.
Pay taxes. And the guy makes over $300,000 a year, so his tax bracket is what? Let's call it 33% to make the numbers easy. What's 33% of 3? 1. So now he has what? 3 minus 1 is 2, everybody. Okay. And then, not only that, when the market crashes, because it always crashes every 8 to 14 years, what does it usually crash at? What percentage?
Negative
20?
24,
Yeah.
18.
Or 40? Or 40. Yeah, 20 to 40, let's say on average 30. Okay, so now you multiply this by 0.6. So how much money do you have now? $1.2 million. Again, guy makes 300K. There's something called the Monte Carlo formula that most financial advisors follow and says that if you can pull out on average 4% every year, you'll most likely not lose money. Again, most likely not lose money. But if you take out 4% of that, what's 4% of 1.2 million?
48.
Yep, 48K. So that's what this guy's game plan is. And let's say, yeah, but Josh, he's not going to just lose his money. Okay. What's 4% of 2 million? 80K. The market doesn't crash. You go from living a $300,000 lifestyle to living an $80,000 lifestyle. But $3 million sounds good, doesn't it? And figure out how much money you want to make. If you want to reverse that formula, right? If you want to, you can reverse this formula by saying, when I retire, which I'm never going to retire, but when you retire, right? I'll live on to go do whatever I want to do and live a good life and not have to worry about money. But when you retire, or if you want to make this much money, divide that amount of money by 4%, and then divide it by 30% or 25% for taxes, and that's how much money you need to have in retirement in order for you to sustain a lifestyle that you want to live. So if you want to make $250,000 a year, do 250,000 divided by 0.04 divided by 0.25, and that's how much money you need to have in a retirement account or a stock account or something that you can receive income off of. Are stocks, bonds, mutual funds, 401ks, IRAs tax-free? No. These three, stocks, bonds, and mutual funds are what? Taxable. 401ks and IRAs are what? Tax deferred, which means you pay taxes when? You pay taxes later. And you think taxes are going up or down in the future? Up. So you're telling me all of society says, oh, taxes are going to go up, but I'll just pay them later when they go up? That's what most people do. It's like saying, hey, you shouldn't eat that cheesecake in the VIP room, but it was good, wasn't it, Wayne? It was good. You shouldn't eat it. You shouldn't eat it. You shouldn't eat it. Sometime down the road, you're going to get overweight, fat, and then you're going to want to, it's going to be way harder to get back in shape. So you're deferring eating healthy, and when it's time to actually be healthy, then it takes a long time to figure it out after that. You're deferring paying taxes. Taxes are the lowest that they've been right now since the 1930s. And because you defer it now, when it's time to actually need it when you retire, it's going to be very, very hard to actually increase your retirement income. And this is some of the stuff that we work with. So is it tax-free? It's definitely not tax-free. It's either taxable or tax deferred, which means taxed now or taxed later. Either way, it's taxed at some point. So where everyone in America, most people put their money, it's a 1 out of 4 on this account, on this situation. Real estate, is it liquid? No. Is it safe? Maybe we'll go half. Does it give you returns? It does? Maybe. What gets you returns? Investment properties. But does buying a home give you returns? No, right? So there's a half. And is it tax advantage, tax free? It could be, but it's never going to be tax free. It's always going to be what? We learned about it this morning with Nishay. Even a 1031 exchange is tax deferred. So you're either going to pay taxes now or taxes later. So no is the answer. So real estate is also 1 out of 4. And lastly, insurance. Is it liquid? Can you take money out whenever you want? Is it safe? Are you ever going to lose? Does it give you returns? Is it tax-free? That's why I put my money there. It's 4 out of 4. I didn't know any of this stuff 2 years ago, by the way. I didn't know any of this stuff 2 years ago. In fact, it was July of 2022 when I was at my Success Coaches event in California that I learned my, at the time, mentor, and he did that. And I was like, well, I put my money here, and I'm looking at getting this. So what the heck am I doing? He must know something I don't. And I started learning more about this stuff. And I learned more about how it works. Because for me, whenever I want to learn something, I don't just take somebody's word for it, I learn it. I also don't tell somebody I have to think about it or I need to do research. Like, I'm going to do my research and I'm going to make a decision. Because successful people make decisions quickly. And so I ended up understanding this game. This is a process. It's not a product. If anybody says, I want to get one of those products that you have. I don't have products. I have services, and I teach people how to utilize them properly. But this is how the insurance world works. And most people have never seen this, because most people just think of insurance as something that your family's going to get when you die. Right? How many people, their definition of insurance is money that's going to go to my family when I die? It's okay. It was mine before too. Okay? But if you can put cash into a policy, you can play the game with the insurance company. You're gonna pay premiums. Where's the little thingy? You pay premiums into a policy. Dividends are paid out. This is where you get passive income. Expenses are paid to the insurance company. Death claims when people die. And then you can partner with them on these three things. When a life insurance company uses its cash, they invest in one, policy loans. Because think about it, if you're the insurance company and somebody has life insurance and they give you money and then they take out a loan, they're either going to pay you back or you're going to what? Or what's going to happen? You're either going to pay you back or you're going to... Who said it? Yeah, or you're going to die. And what are they going to do when you die? They're going to get their money back. So there's only two options. It's a 100% guaranteed investment for an insurance company. You're either going to pay them back or you're going to die and they're going to deduct it from your death claim. Then you can utilize it for real estate purchases. Grant Cardone just finished talking about how he borrowed money from an insurance carrier and partnered in a joint venture. He did 2 and 3 at the same time. I'm trying to get him to do number 1. To borrow money right here and do a joint venture so you can buy big time real estate. That's what they invest their money in. Real estate, bonds, and cash equivalents. And you can partner with them, and the easiest way is to put cash into a policy and borrow it out so that you can utilize it for whatever you're looking to do. Next slide. Cool. Zoom in on this, please. So this is an example of a client. It's super blurry, but it's okay. It's all right. I'll just explain the concept. But this is a 40-year-old client that's putting $12,000 a year, which is $1,000 a month, and also had $100,000 in the bank. She told me she has 150 grand in the bank. She wants to keep some money in reserves. I said, okay, I don't, but you can, right? And told her to keep 50 grand there. And then I took $100,000 of her money and dumped it into a policy, and she had $93,000 to $186,000 accessible immediately. And now some people say, well, didn't you just lose 7% of your money? Not really, because this $100,000 is going to continue to grow as if you never took any money out of it. And the 93, you just put 100 grand somewhere. Oh, I gave the guy 50 bucks. I don't have it. It's okay. If you have $100 that I give to Zach, and then he says, okay, cool, Jordan asks for a loan and says, hey, I need 100 bucks. He's going to give a new $100 completely, just like the bank does. Now there's $200 in circulation. So although you don't have all $100,000 available to you, you now have $193,000, $186,000, the combination of both at work for you. You have this 100 grand that's growing at whatever the dividend rate is, which is 5-6% tax-free. And then you have this $93,000 that you can use to grow and scale your business. You can use this money to grow and scale your business. This is showing a 93% accessibility. On average, it's 90%, 85%. That's why I said, how can you borrow 160, how can you increase your liquid cash 189% guaranteed in 30 days? That's how you do it. You put cash into a life insurance policy and then borrow it out right away after 30 days. And that'll increase 189% of your liquid cash. You got money in an investment that is liquid, safe, gives you a return, and tax-free, and now you can get fresh cash to go invest in your business, to go borrow for real estate, go put down on a property, go do whatever it is that you do. This is what I do with my money.
You also have $2.5 million.
And you have $2.5 million of death benefit. Thank you for the most important part. You have $2.5 million of life insurance on top of it. How long does it take most people to get what we were just showing, $3 million of retirement income? That is going to be taxable, which is $2 million to their family.
A lifetime.
30 years of working somewhere. That's how long it takes to save up money for the future. So one of the things, there's a book called What Would the Rockefellers Do? And again, if you want to learn about money, the Rockefellers are good people to learn from. They have the most money. If you want to learn what to do with your money, you want to pick people that can teach you about money, and the Rockefellers would be great people. What would the Rockefellers do? He said one chapter in that book is called Buy Your Net Worth Instead of Build Your Net Worth. Buy your net worth instead of build your net worth. If anything happens to me right now, we walk outside, I know my whole family is set. You're going to see my policy in a couple minutes, but I have almost $10 million of life insurance. It's going to take me a couple more years to build my net worth up to $10 million. However, right now at this moment, if I died, that's what happens. What's the purpose of having any money anyway? You want to live your life, pay your bills, and leave a legacy. Like, there's no other reason to have money. There isn't. Just because you have money, it doesn't do anything for you. You have to put that money to work. And the way that you put it to work is to leverage it. That means you can pay $12,000 into something and get I don't know what it is, $2.5 million return on investment, or 2.5 million% return on investment right away for your family. But it's all about having the mindset to leave a legacy. Yeah.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Hypothetical, a person put in $100,000, they kick the bucket in 6 months. What would their family get?
If they kick the bucket and they put the $100,000 in.
They put $100,000 in, 6 months happen.
Yep. Great question.
Anything could happen.
Absolutely. They would get $2.5 million minus the $100,000, or minus the outstanding loan value right here, minus the $93,186 that they borrowed out. So they get 2.4 and change.
Question that ties a little bit with the previous example of the guy that had $3 million in the 401k. Is there like any way, and maybe it's a long conversation, but
All right, hold on. Get her a mic, please. Thanks.
thank you.
Yeah, just flip it up.
Is there, is there any way that, let's put the example of this guy, he has $3 million in the 401k, just transfer it to a life insurance policy and then have that to be the initial deposit?
The easy answer is not really, because anything that's taxable or tax deferred has to first be taxed. They're always going to take their taxes. You can, but you have to pay taxes on the way in.
Okay.
Just like going through a toll on the highway. Okay?
Then what the solution would be for that guy?
Pay the taxes and then put it into life insurance.
Okay. But
Otherwise,
it's
the
better to pay
money's
the
gonna-
taxes now than taxes later on, right?
Correct.
Okay,
I
thank you.
mean, depends who you ask, but yeah.
So if I put in $200,000 today, how fast can I pull that out? So if I put in $200,000 today, how fast can I pull that out of the policy?
Depends on the carrier. Most of them a couple weeks. Actually, most of them a little while. But the ones that we work with, 2 to 4 weeks.
2 to 4 weeks. So I
Yeah.
can put in $200,000, get a policy that's $5 million.
Yes. It
And
depends
then-
on your age. This is for a 40-year-old. How old are you?
33.
You're 33. You'll get more bang for your buck at a young age.
Because life insurance is all based on your age, your health, and your gender. And so if you're young and healthy, and females get a little better rating than guys because they're less risky than us, smarter, but they would be able to get, like, I have a $10 million policy. You'll see it in a second, but I pay $1,000 a month. I just actually did exist. So I didn't even realize that until right now. Yeah,
And then I would have to pay $1,000 a month.
it depends. Usually maybe $2,000 a month. Yeah,
Okay.
but you can also.
Accessible, I'd have $180K that I could pull out.
Yes, and you can also utilize, if you had $200,000 in cash, you could pay the premium out of it right away. So you could say, let's just say it's $2,000 a month. It would be $24,000 a year. You could put $200,000 a year less to $24,000, and the cash value would just be $176,000 instead of $200,000. Yeah, I just did that with is Jared in here? No. Well, one of our agents, he reached out to me on Instagram, saw the infinite banking stuff. He just sold a property for $160,000, and he put $150,000 into a policy. He has $120,000 available. We're looking at real estate together right now. He did this, and then he started working with us. Yeah. But that's what I do. Yeah. And then you put it back in, and then you can take it right back out again.
And then what's the annual return?
It depends. There's different ways to go about it, but for a fixed return, it's going to be somewhere with the dividend is going to be 5 to 7%.
Okay, so basically, almost is inflation.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is cool. Yeah. This is it. The life insurance game is not the I'm going to get 40% of my money conversation. My business is where I get 40+% of my money. All right, if you guys are a business owner, you want to have a profitable business, every dollar goes into your business, you invest in cash flowing real estate. That's how you grow your wealth and your business at the same time. And this, if you're a banker, I use this as my bank. This is your bank. So when you need money, you go to the Bank of Zach. And the Bank of Zach is a life insurance policy.
I like it.
Cool? Yeah.
Sorry, the mic. So, I mean,
Yeah. For other people in the back.
picture in these types of policies, typically the interest rate on a loan is going to be lower than what the policy is performing.
Yes.
What's your opinion if someone takes cash out at a lower interest rate?
Yeah.
The arbitrage puts it into real estate, puts the money back into the policy,
That's genius.
you on the policy.
Yeah, that's what I do. So we did this video. Great question. So I just did this for a guy. Is Dylan in here? Yeah, Dylan. Dylan met this dude, has a $1.3 billion steel corporation, and also is a real estate developer. And I made like a 30-second video of this. He's like, I got $2 million in cash right now. What do I do? I said, you take $2 million, take it from Bank of America to the Bank of Matthew. His name is Matthew. You're going to have about 90% of it available after 30 days. Now you took $2 million, $1.8 million. You go put that down on a home or an investment property. You're going to be able to get about $8 to $10 million property for that. That's going to then cash flow 5 to 7%. You're going to take this 5 to 7% and put this back in to the Bank of America and then fund that into the Bank of Matthew. And then you're going to be able to keep doing this over and over and over again. This money is going to cash flow, and this policy loan's at 4.85%. So even just here to here, you're plus what he was saying, plus 15 to 2.15% arbitrage right there. And you just got an $8 to $10 million asset under control in your own hands. You just keep doing this over and over again. You take the cash flow, put it into the bank. Take the money from the bank, put it into your bank. Take the money from your bank, go buy real estate or invest in your business or some cash flowing, appreciating asset that you then make returns on, that you put those returns in the bank, you put it back into your bank, you go buy more assets, go get more returns from the bank to the bank. Boom. This is the 4-step situation. Money in the bank. I say your bank, but it's really a policy. The bank, your bank, asset, returns. Simple. 4 steps. And you can do this on any scale.
So that was my last question part 2.
Yeah.
What do you think that the smart minimum amount that they should be able to put in without it being excluded?
I'm going to use a line that Grant Cardone says a lot that I love when I'm watching his webinars. He says, if these numbers scare you, just erase some zeros. Let's turn the M into a K. $2,000 can give you $1,800. Can get you something that's worth $8,000 to $10,000 that you can get 5 to 7% on. Just change the M to it. Let's just take off 3 zeros. It makes it scary for you. Go take the $2,000 you got, put it into your bank, borrow $1,800. That is going to be cash flowing that you can utilize this. You might not be able to, it still might only be a $1,800 thing because you're not going to be able to leverage money like that. This could be a car though. You could buy an $8,000 to $10,000 car and do the same thing and open a Turo business. I don't know. Yeah. I'm just giving an example. Right? Put $2,000 in, take 1.8 out,
Go buy a car, put it on Turo, put the cash flow back into the bank, feed the bank, put it in here, buy another car, and keep doing this over and over again. I do the same thing, except right here, there's only two things I invest in, is my business and multifamily real estate. Cool?
Does your policy keep increasing?
Yeah, and the policy keeps increasing, and my policy is always going to keep going up.
It's literally impossible for it not to.
It's
guaranteed for the rest.
It's guaranteed for the rest of your life. It's called whole life for a reason. Yeah, it's called whole life for a reason because it lasts for your whole life. Yeah.
So, why would a person get a whole life versus a IUL?
Whole life versus IUL is a conversation we can have after, but realistically, a person would get whole life because of the G word, which is guarantees. That's really the easy answer. Guarantees, right? I used to focus on IULs a lot, and then I learned a lot more about the life insurance game underneath the hood, and now I focus on whole life insurance. And yes, it's more boring, but building wealth isn't supposed to be that sexy. It's supposed to be a long-term game plan. And so this is something that builds up wealth over the long term. It's not about your returns. This is about being a banker. And my question that somebody asked me, Marshall asked me this, somebody asked me this, he said, if you were going to open up a bank, would you want there to be a chance that you didn't get a return one year? Would you ever want there to be a year that you don't get interest? How does the bank make money? Interest. So if you owned a bank, would you ever want there to be a year that you don't get interest? Is it possible in an IUL to not get interest? That's why. Now, does it look sexier on an illustration? Yes. But illustrations are hypothetical. It's never going to do 6.7% every year for the rest of your life. It's going to go up and down and up and down and up and down. That's a challenge with IULs, the stock market, Vanguard, Robinhood, everything is they only talk about average returns, not actual returns. We could have an advanced, write that down, babe. We need to have an advanced financial education workshop too to talk about like the weeds of it all. Like talk about like show the difference between sequence of returns, risk, and stuff like that, which isn't really part of this today. Cool? Number two, this is for somebody, for a kid. This one will be quick, but a lot of people I talk to put $500 a month or X amount of dollars a month into the bank for their kid, or a brokerage account for their kid, or in a 529 for their kid. When I went to college for 2 years and I dropped out of University of Miami and I opened up a Philly cheesesteak restaurant. My dad had money in the 529 that was stuck there because my business is not college. You can only use 529 money for college. So when I have kids, when we have kids, we're going to put money into a life insurance policy. And in this example, one of my mentors calls this the $1 million baby. Because you put, I know it's super faded, but I know this because I do it all the time and I show this all the time. It's $500 a month, it's $6,000 a year. By the time they retire, by the time they're 22 years old, when they graduate college, there's $157,000 there for them to utilize for a business or for buy an apartment complex or buy something. And then by the time they're 60, they have $1.1 million in cash value. You just bought your kid $1 million retirement fund. You can't do that anywhere else. There's the same amount of money, it's just going to a different place. Most of the time I sit down with clients, they're not spending any extra money. They're just moving money from here to here to here. They're moving money from the bank, from stocks, from 529 plans, from 401ks into this other type of account. Cool? Next. Here's an example. We helped one of our agents' uncles. If he kept putting money into his 401k until he was 65, he was going to have 96 grand a year every year for retirement, plus Social Security and pension. He was going to have a little over 100 grand a year. By moving some money, stop spending money on your 401k, stop funding your kids' 529, and take the $2,000 a month that you're putting into the bank and savings and put all that money together into a life insurance policy. We're gonna help him go from 96 grand a year to $197,000 a year by not spending any extra money, by just moving money from place 1, place 2, and place 3 into place 4. This is what we focus on a lot. And then the next one's my policy, right? No. Oh yeah, this is my policy. Cool. Here's my exact policy. Did it cut my name off the top? Whatever. I'll send it to you. But yeah, this is my exact policy. It's a $9.8 million policy. And my loan balance is 94 grand. I put $4,000, I put $1,000 a month into it, but I maxed it out, so it's $4,000 a month. And what that does is it allows me to put more cash into it over time. And my loan balance will continue to compound over time. And if I die, it just gets deducted off the top end. All right, and so this is some of the stuff that we focus on. You can go to the next slide. All right, so this is the legacy builder checklist here. Can I check this out real quick? Cool. So this is the legacy builder checklist. I'm gonna come back to this, but we're gonna end with this. This is kind of a roadmap for how to implement this stuff. Do you have a quick question?
Yeah, I'm looking at the sheets, and then you start with a very high at the end, 9.8, but by the time 30 years go around, it goes way down.
Yes, great question. Can you go back one slide real quick? So this has something called a term rider on it, which is term and whole life combined. And I do that because it allows you to put more cash into the policy in early years. Now again, I'll just draw it simply real quick for you, just to make it visual. So let's say year 1, term and whole life. These are the two types of life insurance that most people know of. I personally have an $8.5 million term plus a $1 million whole life. And by putting this, it allows me to dump more cash in early. This is just the weeds of life insurance. You don't have to know this. But over time, I can convert a little bit of this and put it over here. So that in year 2, I have $7.5 million in term and $2 million in whole life. And as the next 15 years goes on, because I have a 15-year term, I'm going to be able to convert little by little. I'll convert $1 million a year over. And the reason I don't do it all up front is because an $8.5 million whole life policy is like $7,000 a month. And so it allows you to put more cash in while also saving money today. And again, it just comes down to how you structure a policy. Most insurance agents have no clue what I'm doing on this. This is a fact. You've been in the industry since you were born.
Josh knows, I'm not even kidding, more than I would say 98% of anyone that has a license, and that's me being conservative. Most people have no clue what he's talking about.
Thank you.
Just saying the truth.
Yeah, most people have no clue what I'm talking about. They're just gonna sell, what most people would do is just sell you $1 million whole life policy because that's what you can afford. I'm gonna combine this and say, hey, if you put an extra $200 a month, right? Like this part's $800 a month, this part is $200 a month, and the combo of both is why I pay $1,000 a month. And if you do just that part, I would only probably be able to put 30 or 40 grand in cash. What I did was it allowed me to put up to $100,000 in cash instead. That was how I structured it. And over time, I'm going to convert it. So yes, on the illustration, this comes back to the IUL situation. This is just an illustration. I already know, I'm going to keep making more money. And every year, I'm going to convert a little bit over, a little bit over, a little bit over, so that it doesn't have that drop. So that by the end of year 10, that I have 0 in term, and I have $9.5 million in whole life. And I already know that at 43 years old, because that's 28 plus 15, it's going to expire in 15 years, I'll be 43. I already know that a 43-year-old at $9.5 million in life insurance is $97.60 a month. So I am prepared to pay $10,000 a month by the time I'm 43 into my policy.
You're basically buying half a building, using the rent to buy the other half.
It's like rent to own, yes. It's like renting to own a property. That's what I'm doing in my policy. Cool? All right, so I'm going to come back on at the end. But I'm gonna introduce our next speaker. Javi, you can just make it blue or something, or yeah, put it that for right now. But I'm gonna introduce our next speaker. This next speaker is one of the top people on all social media platforms, has brought in multiple seven figures in revenue, is one of the best at building a brand out of everybody that I know. I've been following him for years before I actually met him, and he's one of the original people that really built a brand on social media. And so I asked him to come in here today. We got connected through his aunt. Me and his aunt are in the same BNI networking group. And she was like, you would really love my son. And shout out to BNI, Sylvia's over there. If anybody needs a chapter, go talk to Sylvia. And we got connected through her over a nice cigar in Brickell. And I learned a lot. We were already collaborating on multiple things in our business. And I was like, dude, I'd love for you to speak. And I actually called him on a Sunday morning and I said, dude, I just remember our conversation. I would love for you to speak. And he said, I don't know if you believe in God or law of attraction or whatever, but I was just talking to my marketing team about me doing more speaking engagements, and then you called me right away. And so Adam has become one of my great friends in the last couple months. We're talking a lot about doing some really cool things together business-wise, and he's going to be bringing his story to you guys. He's phenomenal at what he does, one of the best in the game. I'm super grateful, honored, and privileged to have Adam Frater come up to the stage.
So, as Josh mentioned, you know, I'm pretty well known in the fitness space and creating content. Safe to say, you know, through my millions of followers, I walk into a fitness location, a gym, I'm instantly recognized. And, you know, as I'm recognized with mostly a male audience, and guys, this isn't bodybuilding. Obviously, I'm standing up here. I'm not 250 pounds all muscle. What I do is calisthenics, more feats of movement, feats of human strength, like freestanding handstand push-ups, muscle-ups, backflips, you name it. Fun stuff, impressive, but not the typical bodybuilding. And anyway, I'm known for this. And where most people, they see me, they see the body that comes along with it, they see the confidence, the masculinity, all of these things that go along with it. What they would probably never guess is that at the beginning I didn't have all of this. I wasn't a confident kid. I was, you know, I had the body of whatever other kid had, but I didn't have the confidence. I had low self-esteem, and the reason for this was because most of my childhood was a battle. You know, my parents had a pretty bad divorce. Well, I don't think there's a good divorce, but they had a divorce, and my older brother was pretty angry. And he took his anger out on me pretty much every day. So for most kids, when you get home from school, and school tends to be, you know, tough, challenging, you get home, you finally have the freedom to go play. When I would get home from school, that would be your sanctuary, your safe zone. That wasn't safe for me. I was generally fighting for my life, fighting for hours. And it didn't help the fact that my brother had ADHD. So where normally a big brother beats you up, my big brother beats you up for hours and he wouldn't lose any interest. An hour went by, he needed another hour. If we were watching Rambo, he'd run upstairs, he'd put on a headband, he'd come downstairs with a fake gun and poke me for 3 hours straight. And I learned early on, and this was a young age, this is as long as I can remember, so I learned pretty early on that I had a few options. And I could either, you know, run away from my home, which wasn't really an option. You get home from school, you have to, you know, eventually go home. I could either run, or I could fight. I could do something about this. And I could fight, not just fight my brother, but fight for the life that I wanted, fight for change. Well, there was actually a third option. There was a third option that would get my brother to drop his ego immediately, get off me in the blink of the eye, and that was if I farted, just being honest. But let's be honest, you can't always rely on that, right? Some people can force it, just not that guy. So I decided to fight. Now I was young. I had my basic understanding of fitness was push-ups and pull-ups, something that like my dad had showed us. But I said, I need to do something. So in my room before school at 5 or 6 a.m., whatever ungodly early middle schoolers wake up, it's way earlier than we do in the corporate world, I would put in my reps. And I'd do push-ups, I'd do crunches, and on the edge of my little dresser, I would do like 3-inch dips. I didn't really know what I was doing. I was like 9, 10 years old. I just knew that people that worked out eventually got strong. If you looked at Arnold Schwarzenegger, how did he get to be so big? He worked out. I didn't know how many reps to do. I just knew if I did enough, it would hurt. And if it hurt, it was probably going to work. And what I didn't realize at the time was that I was setting myself up for my first self-induced moment of success. You know, you're a kid, you're following the path that you're set on, but this wasn't a path that somebody set up for me. This wasn't do good in school, go on to college, do the next thing. This was, I needed this. I needed to see this change in my life for me to be happy. I needed to see this. And this led to being the first moment of success that I think I experienced. Now, I remember my mom always yelling early in the morning, you're gonna be late for school, you're gonna be late from school, come down, you're gonna miss the bus. And I'd have my door closed, I'd be behind the door, getting my reps in. And I remember one time she came up to the door, she's like, I know what you're doing in there, I can hear you breathing. I'm like, you don't really know what's going on, but it'd break my heart to tell her what was happening at the house when she wasn't around. So anyway, I put in the reps, and eventually I was successful. I knew that by doing this every morning, I wasn't gonna wake up the next day and all of a sudden I was gonna be able to take my brother, or the next week, or the next year. I just knew that over time, this was gonna add up. It was simple math. I also knew that where he was working out as well, we were taught to work out. Do 10 reps, do 20 reps. I said, what if I do 11? What if I do 21? Why do we like round numbers so much? What if I just do a little bit more? The math was simple. Even at a young age, I knew that this was gonna add up. And it did. Eventually, when I got in my teenage years, it became harder for my brother to attack me, so he would choose our younger stepbrother instead. His own problem. But what I didn't realize until I was older was why I was successful. This was my first moment of success. So why was I successful? Well, I was fighting for survival. It was very clear to me, or it's very clear to me now why I was successful then. It was because it was very clear what my why was. My why was survival, basically, for me at the moment. My life wasn't happy. My why was to survive. And that why helped ingrain in me a habit that I took for the rest of my life, which happened to be working out. I never did it for the mirror. I always did it just for the case of getting the stress out at the end of the day, or for just making me feel better. But this was ingrained in me. So as I went on to college, as I went on into the corporate world, into the 9-to-5s, I always stuck with my fitness, but I didn't always stick with my why. I lost my why for a long time. And I worked a dead-end job, I worked a 9-to-5 life and career that didn't make me happy. I went through the motions, I just did what you're supposed to do. And I lost that why and I didn't think about it. Until I say I was about 25 or 26 and I hit rock bottom. And this was the first time as an adult I hit rock bottom. Lost the girlfriend, you know how the story goes, lost the job, lost the girlfriend, down to like my last dollar in my savings account. And what does any intelligent person do when you're in this position? You invest your last dollar into a franchise gym in London, halfway across the world, where you have no friends, no family, you don't know anybody. Logically, right? That's what I did. I was running. I went back to what I was doing as a kid before I learned how to fight. I was running. And long story short, I was in London, waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning before the sun was up. Coming from cushy, beautiful climate in Los Angeles, now I'm in London, it's cold, it's rainy, it's dark, it's gray, it's just not happy. It's a cool city, but it was a big, big culture shock for me. Waking up at 5 before the sun's up, working in a basement gym until the sun was already down, and then going home and repeating it. Now, I say long story short because it didn't really work out. I didn't get my visa, which I didn't realize until later was actually a blessing, but I didn't get my visa, and my business partner wanted to push me out. We got into a fight, and unfortunately, like I said, I was living with him and his fiance at the time, and now we're negotiating an exit. I need to get out. So I booked, again, I just did what any logical person does when you're really faced, you're on your last dollar, the investment, the gym didn't work out, you're around the world, away from your family. What do you do in that moment? Down to your last dollar. Most people probably say, you move home, you start over, you figure it out. I was tired of being cold. I just wanted to go to a beach. So I booked a one-way ticket to Tel Aviv. I figured I have a 1 month I can last in a hostel paying about $30 per day before I would have to call it quits and go home. But I wasn't going to call it quits. I didn't want to admit that I had failed, and it's pretty easy, guys. If you don't want to fail at something, don't quit. You just quit when you fail. And in that moment, what happened again, I was in survival mode. And I don't know why it takes getting into survival mode. I don't know why it takes hitting rock bottom for us to again realize what that why was. But my why was at 25 or 26, I wasn't gonna go home to be a failure to start all over with no money, no job, no girlfriend, having failed and failed and failed again. I was in survival mode. And because I was in survival mode, I got to the hostel, my first day there where everybody's out on the beach, partying, drinking, playing, doing what they're doing. I had my computer open in the hostel kitchen, working. And for the next 3 weeks, I worked and I built what went on to be my fitness coaching program that would go on to make $1 million in the first year. And it was 100% because I was connected with that why. And when I didn't have that why, I was making all the wrong decisions. Now, you don't need to be fighting for survival. You don't need to be homeless. You don't need to be on your last buck to be clearly aligned with what your why is. If your why is you need money, that's not your why. That's what. The money is what. When I was in my room working out, the workout was what? How, when, where? None of that was important. It was the why. The why was I wanted to see a change. The why was because I was tired of being tormented at home. I wanted to make a difference. Same thing when I was 25 or 26. It wasn't just to make money so I could go travel the world. This was the difference between succeeding and failing. Everything was riding on this at that point in my life. And I'll be honest, I've lost and refound my why many times in my life. And it's whenever I lose it and I'm looking for it, sometimes it's hard to find. If you guys want a fancy car, a nice watch, or something like that, I think you need to think about why you want it. If you want money, why do you want it? Is the money just because you need it to survive, or is the money because you have a family at home and you need to feed them? That's your why. If you think about your family, then every single day you're at work, you're hustling, maybe doing the things you don't want to do but you need to do, they become that much simpler. Now, throughout the entire time, like I said, this habit that was ingrained in me at the beginning was my physical fitness. And because that is my passion and part of my career, I want to share some of the reasons why I think that this has allowed me to be successful. And I think we all kind of battle on our own health journeys, right? We could always be a little bit healthier. And maybe we think that at the beginning we want to be in shape when we're young, we're in our 20s because of the mirror. And that's where I say it's okay. Like if you want to work out to look better, that's fine. But there is so much more reason behind why you should be doing it than how you look. And it's how you feel. If everybody in this room is interested in making more money or being more on top of their finances, then you're going to use your brain when you're at your job. You need to be cognitively sharp. You know what happens when you eat an inflammatory diet? When you eat foods that are not good for you? We think, oh, I don't care if I gain a few pounds or if I get fat. It's not just about fat. When you eat that inflammatory diet, you're causing inflammation to your gut. Your gut has 100 to 600 million neurons. The same neurons you have in your brain are in your gut. This is why we talk about the gut-brain connection. So when you eat inflammatory foods that inflame your gut, you're causing inflammation to your body, to your brain. You ever wake up one day and feel stressed, but you're not exactly sure where that stress came from? So you start looking for the source of it. What happened? Am I busy? Well, what's going on in my relationships? That stress could have 100% just came from the foods that you ate the night before. And what is that meal? That's instant gratification. And what do they say? Instant gratification is the #1 killer of success. So what does that meal do for you? 5 to 10 minutes? People say, I don't want to give up the foods I love to be healthy. That's 5 minutes of gratification. And what it's doing at the end is causing inflammation in your stomach. 90% of the serotonin that you make in your body is produced in the gut. Serotonin is the happy hormone. So when you think this meal makes you happy, for the 5 or 10 minutes that it does, it's overall affecting your hormones, which are making you less happy in the long run. So if there's something that you get out of this, when you think about your health and your wellness, when you think, oh, this guy on stage, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't have kids. He doesn't have the time. I don't have the time. I have kids. I have responsibilities. You know, I hope one day I do have kids and I can talk from the position of understanding this, but I would say that as if I am a parent and I'm an uncle and I want this for my nephews, if I am a parent, I want my kids to be healthy. What parent doesn't? And as a parent, you want to be a role model for your kids. So it starts at home. If you don't have the time to take your health seriously, to value your health above your money, then your kids are going to grow up not valuing their health above their money. So think about these things. Also recognize that if you want to be successful in your endeavors, if you want to be cognitively sharp, if you want to have more energy throughout the day, This is your vessel. Your body is the vessel in which you get to experience the journey of life. So why be in a broke down minivan when you could be in a high performance vehicle? You're riding through this life. Whether you're working, whether in your relationships, whether in your businesses, whether in your hobbies, this is your vessel. Guys, take care of it. Find your why. Yeah, open to questions. If you guys have some questions about anything I spoke about, anything health or fitness related, see one in the back.
All right, give a in the back, give her a mic.
You couldn't be further away.
Sorry, I'm so glad you're here because I want to give you a testimonial. I saw your videos a long time ago and I just lost 230 pounds.
No way! Wow. That's absolutely incredible.
But I do have a question. What is your thought about fasting? Because I've been following this doctor who talks about, especially for women over 50, I'm 57 years old. But what is your thought about fasting for a regular basis?
First off, I think that's one of the most impressive things I could imagine hearing. You know, the only way I can relate to that is I've trained with a weight vest before of like 40 pounds. If anybody's worn one, done push-ups or pull-ups, you recognize how hard it is, even between the sets, just breathing with that extra weight on. So for you to have lost that much, especially later in life, to have changed your habits and your lifestyle so much, honestly, it's one of the most impressive things that you can do. In terms of fasting, the way I look at nutrition is, you know, we're all part of the food chain. We're all part of this natural world. What would be the most natural way for you to eat? What animal wakes up and has a meal just readily available for them without exerting any sort of energy? So if you wanted to eat, let's say, protein, right? Protein's great. Everybody says after a workout, you're supposed to get your protein. It's probably not natural to get protein if you didn't work out. The most successful animal in the animal kingdom when it comes to hunting is some tiny little desert kitten that's successful on almost 50% of its hunts. That means 1 out of 2 times that it goes hunting, it goes hungry. We eat 3-4 meals a day. So it's obviously not natural. So if you consider fasting, fasting is the more natural way to eat. And even if you look at tribes, you wake up in the morning, you go out, you forage, you hunt, you do what you need to do, and eventually later, after you've put out all of this energy, you then get rewarded with the protein or the meat or the whatever it is. Any other questions?
So when would you say is the best time to start?
He said, when would you say is the best time to start eating? I think there's a lot of professionals that would have different opinions on this. If you follow intermittent fasting, the idea of intermittent fasting is that you have a feeding window. So you can try, like if anybody wants to start fasting, you don't just try to go as long as you can without eating. There's actually like certain protocols that you can follow. So intermittent fasting is generally like a 16-8 window where for 16 hours you fast. So let's say you had your last meal at 8 o'clock at night, you wouldn't eat again until 12 the next day, if my math's right. So basically you would wake up in the morning, it's ideal to line up your bedtime with your fasting window because then you're gonna get 6-7 hours of fasting. You wake up, you just basically don't eat till lunch. And that again would just be the more natural way to do it. And what fasting does, guys, is it allows you to rid the inflammation from your body. Of course, we're not gonna eat perfect. We're not just gonna go chew raw meat and raw leaves and like we have to exist in this society. But if you think about it this way, like, have you ever had a house party? You ever have been to a frat house in college? I hope not, they're disgusting. But you know if you have a party, it's dirty afterwards. The floors are sticky or whatever it might be, right? What if you had a party again the next night? And you had a party again the next day? And every day in between you cleaned it, i.e. you went to the bathroom between your meals, but you never really gave it a week to reset. This is why people talk about cleanses. You should try a cleanse, a juice cleanse, a this cleanse. Forget what type of trendy cleanse it is. You should cleanse your body. One of the best ways, like the best ways for utmost health is to go for an extended fast, even longer than just intermittent fasting. Go 2-3 days without eating. I know some people listening to this are like, oh, there's no way I could do that. But something happens, and this is scientifically proven. It's called autophagy. Autophagy means self-eating. Your new and good cells eat your old, dead, and dying cells. And this happens when the body's in a fasted state. And when you're in a fasted state, unlike what you would imagine, where most animals, you think if they don't eat, they get weaker, they eventually die. Think about an animal that's out hunting that hasn't eaten for 2-3 days. It still needs to be sharp and have the energy to eventually get that meal or it's gonna die. When you're in a fasted state, you're actually the most cognitively strong and physically strong up into a certain point. Eventually, starvation will kick in and, Any other questions?
What are your thoughts on a 7-day fast?
I've only heard from people that claim that it's gone as far as to cure all kinds of diseases, skin ailments, stomach issues that they've suffered from. I think Will Smith swore by like a 7 or an 11-day fast. I personally haven't done it. I think as
10.
with, what's that?
I've gone 10.
10.
10. She's my witness.
Talk about getting hangry. How do you survive after 10 days?
I think
Let's keep going. Casey.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Haven't I fasted for 10 days before?
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Nope. No, I did the master cleanse. It's like lemonade. You make your own homemade lemonade. It's like squeeze fresh lemon juice, water, cayenne pepper, and drink 2 gallons of that every day for. It's supposed to be 14 days of the 10.
Just don't talk to him while he's.
Yeah, right. You get irritable a few hours after a meal. I can only imagine 10 days in. I'd say the one thing that's definitely very clear when it comes to the health stuff is everybody's going to have written or, come up with their own idea. There's a 7-day, maybe there's a 5.5 day, or there's a 10-day. Everybody's body's different. If you have lower fat, it might be harder for you to fast longer, maybe not as healthy for you to do so. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, we have an entire life to experiment on ourselves to know what makes us feel good. So when you do start to clear that inflammation out of your body, when you do start to prioritize your health, the one thing that becomes really cool is when you have just, let's say, 1 bag of chips or 1 cookie or something that before wouldn't really make a dent, you really feel the impact of what that's gonna do to you. I'm not scared of eating hamburgers and pizza and all these things. I'm not worried it's gonna make me fat, but I do recognize that if I have that, it's either gonna crush my energy, crush my digestion, I'm gonna wind up on the toilet for longer than I need to, or a million things that aren't positive, right? Digestion is the most energy consuming function of the body. So if you make digestion easy, you have more energy. This is also why lunch, which is one of the most unhealthy meals in America, is probably, in my opinion, one of the biggest causes to why we have so much disease in America. What are lunch options? Sandwich or a salad? Right? It's a convenience food, it's a filler food. A sandwich doesn't have any nutrition in it. 80% of it's bread, you're not getting anything good, probably white bread, it's even worse. Some processed meat, a piece of lettuce and some cheese. It doesn't give you anything that it needs, but it makes you not hungry anymore. Being hungry is not a big issue. See, we live in this comfortable world where we're like, oh my God, I'm hungry, I gotta have a meal. I was with my dad the other day, we walked past a restaurant, he's like, you think there's anything here to eat? And I said, no, I'm good. He goes, what do you mean you're good? You're just gonna go hungry? I'm like, yeah. He's like, what's wrong with you? You're gonna go hungry? You're gonna miss a meal? It was mind blowing for him at his age. And at the same time, he called me the day before and he's wondering how he can lose some weight because he's put on a few pounds. Make it make sense. Anybody else? Yeah.
Yeah, what would you say is
Get in the microphone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Thank you, sir.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So I know you said you specialize in calisthenics, right?
Yeah.
So what would you say is the best way to stay fit as far as overall health, with a good balance of cardio and weightlifting and stuff?
Yeah, I think the best way is to, honestly, it's gonna sound trite, but make it fun. If working out feels like a burden, then you're not gonna wanna do it every day. But if you start the day, it's funny, I used to work out at the end of the day. I'd go to my 9 to 5, and then I'd go to whatever workout I was doing, a CrossFit class or the gym or calisthenics or whatever. And I needed it because at the end of sitting at my 9 to 5 all day, I needed to go get that energy and that frustration out somehow. And then I remember during this low point in my life that I talked about, one of my close friends suggested I work out in the morning. I'm like, dude, no way, I'm not a morning person. My workouts are gonna suck. He said, forget the workouts, forget the pump, just do it to do it. And it changed my entire life and made me excited to work out. Why? Well, because most of the time, the first thing you do in the morning is not the thing that makes you the happiest. Let's be honest, it's your obligations. You wake up, you roll out of bed, you have your coffee, and you go right to work. Well, if you don't love what you do, then you're waking up to do something right away that you don't love. right? And that's gonna mess with your sleep because then right before bed, the last thing you're gonna think about is the first thing you're probably gonna do the next day. You're not excited about it, so you're gonna sleep like shit. This is all connected, guys. So if you can go to sleep thinking, the first thing I do in the morning is something I get to do, not something I have to do, something I get to do, then you're gonna sleep better. And that could be 5 or 10 minutes. That could be reading a chapter of a book. That could be walking around the block in the sunshine. If you really want me to get like holistically healthy, crazy with you, like get barefoot, go stand on some grass first thing in the morning, get the sun on your eyelids, because that's how you get the vitamin D, get your feet in the earth to connect with the earth, you know, as you're naturally meant to. Then go put on your clothes and go to work and do your thing. But if you make a workout fun, and that's why, dude, I worked out, I played football in high school, I was getting recruited for football, I was a wide receiver. When I found calisthenics, it made fitness fun for me again because I was just doing bench press and squat and like how long, like, and I think a lot of people that work out realize this when you turn 30 or 40, kids aren't coming up to you, how much do you bench, bro? That doesn't matter anymore. You know, I'm in my 30s now, nobody's asking me that anymore. And even if they were, like, I don't know if I want to compete on that stage forever because it's a recipe for disaster, there's no winning. Calisthenics made it fun for me because I mean, it's not just push-ups and pull-ups. When you start to move your body, like right now I could, that's a bad example to say, you're making me do it. Do like a freestanding handstand push-up.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
But on the journey to learning that, it's fun, man. You're playing, you're like a kid. Like you're playing, you know, I'm curious because I think this would apply to most people. You ever come across just a beautiful grassy field and you're like, damn, man, I just want to sprint. That feeling you had when you were a kid and you're like, I just want to run across it. But when was the last time you sprinted as fast as you could? One of the most natural movements for human beings. That's probably the most natural.
I'm chasing my 4-year-old.
Yeah, there you have kids and you will sprint again. Any other questions, guys?
What's your IG?
It's
Yeah, where can
Adam.
people find you?
Yeah, that's my name. So my name's Adam_Frater, Frater. Yeah, give me a follow, shoot me a message, love to chat with you guys.
One more question. 75 hard.
I haven't done it. I know a little bit. That's like the 2 a day. Have you done it?
Yeah. I started. I quit after a week.
Was it not fun or too challenging?
No, I just like this is stupid.
Yeah. Guys, most fitness programs out there, they're generic. Right? Most of the times it's like, do some Russian twist, do this and that. And for most people that are beginners, that's probably a good starting point because they just need to be moving. If you're already someone who moves and works out, like you should just do a little bit more research. Because
I'd rather do cardio. The only reason why I started doing it is because I wanted an excuse to run in rich neighborhoods.
That's good.
It's a good way to network, yeah.
That was
right. I will say I do have an online fitness program. It's body weight only. It is calisthenics. It's kind of structured similar to cross training. So it's like CrossFit, but with body weight workouts. So it's high cardio. You burn a lot. But the idea is not to get you big, kind of get you more shredded, get you feeling athletic again, get you building mobility. Because there's no reason that you should be only working out, getting big, getting stiff, and not being able to be mobile. The same reason you want to work out to play with your 4-year-old is relevant to be able to get up on and off the floor as well. So I think your workouts need to incorporate some sort of movement things as well. What's up? Need me to wrap it? Last question.
One more. So first and foremost, I just want to thank Casey for inviting me. Everybody clap it up for Casey. It's amazing. And then obviously, you know, Adam, I've met you before. You know, Muscle Beach. You've been doing a lot of great things.
It's a spot.
So I know we've been talking about the body. Right now, I want to talk about the mind. So what systems do you have for us as far as mind? I know one thing I have to say to everybody: meditation is very, very good. It's been helping me out. What systems do you have for us?
Yeah, I would say that meditation is definitely big, and I think when a lot of people hear that, it's kind of like a trigger word. They might like picture a monk and you're sitting cross-legged in a room like this. Meditation just it takes many different forms, but it means like spending some time not doing anything for once. You ever been at a bar, club, restaurant, or at an event and the friend that you went with had to go to the bathroom? You can't even be alone. You need to pull out your phone and look at something. I forgot who said this, but they said the measure of a man is his ability to sit in stillness. When's the last time you sat in a room, no phone, no TV, no computer, nothing on, just you and your thoughts? And for the people that say that, you understand how powerful that is. That's why you're saying it now under your voice. And for anybody who's not doing it, it takes anywhere from 2 minutes to 5 minutes to 10 minutes. I found my way, my ability to do this. Actually, I learned it through cooking. I just started loving cooking because in the moment that I would make food, chop things, and cook it, I'd have everything turned off and I could just mindlessly kind of do my thing. And fitness was a lot of that for me too. That's the purpose of yoga prior to like Western cultures popularizing it for fitness, was connecting mind and body. It was supposed to be a way to get into that meditative state. So I'm glad you brought that up. And it totally applies to what I said, man. Like, if I'm not training, let's say I'm sick or I'm injured, I don't want to work. I don't feel motivated. Like, I don't want to get out of bed. Like, I feel like depressed. I recognize, like, because I'm so connected with my body, I recognize like what this does to me hormonally. If I train in the morning, I'm crushing it at work that day. I promise you. I'm so happy that day, even if the whole day went wrong. You know, people say make your bed because the first thing at the beginning of the day you can get a win. If making your bed is a win, like, come on guys, we gotta take it up a notch. Get it? Making your bed, that should happen. Like, let's do a workout, do 20 push-ups. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. Small steps eventually add up to that bigger mile.
Yes, get it.
Let's go.
One more speaker today, our real estate professional in the room today. She sold over $500 million with a B, which is 500 million. If you don't know what $500 million is, $500 million worth of real estate. She's the #1 realtor for eXp Realty. I've gotten connected to her through originally her son Amari, who I've known for almost 2 years now, and I saw her speak at GrowthCon at Grant Cardone's event, and I was like, I need to connect with this amazing, powerful woman. And we are immediately connected. I reached out to Amari. I said, I need her to come here. She's the perfect person to connect with. We had an amazing conversation over Instagram Live last week. She's top-notch, a true professional, an amazing woman, and powerful person, and one of the best people at what she does in the entire world. Please bring up and welcome Claudianne Hibbert-Smith.
Can you hear me? It's not working, right? Oh, let me turn it off. It's working now. All right, leave that right up there. You know I love me a good whiteboard. You got an album. You start thinking about stuff, you're like, wait. My mirror is my whiteboard. So any which way, my name is Claudianne Hibbert-Smith. I just want to say this before I get started. So I have done 30 days on the master cleanse. On day 3, the headache comes, it goes, and you just really don't want to stop. And so I just wanted to throw that out there. You can do it if you put your mind to it. Now, it's not something I want to do every quarter, but I have done it. So any which way, where's Amari? Is Amari in here? No, he's not in here. It's okay. That's my son that I had at the age of 14. I was written off. I was supposed to have 4 or 5 kids by the time I got to the 11th grade, wouldn't graduate. But I want y'all to know that you have to determine what you want out of your own life. So when other people write you off, which they will have no confidence in what you're doing. Maybe you screwed up so many times in the past, so now they're like, you got a bad record. No, your resume don't look good. You gotta count on you. And that's what I did. So I graduated, you heard him say Carroll City. I graduated from Miami Carroll City in Miami Gardens now. I went on to the University of Florida, go Gators. I don't have any Gators in here. No Gators? Too bad for you. Then I graduated and I got this thing called JOB, right? I call it just over bro. By the way, Grant says he doesn't like that because people need jobs. But the job I had did not pay me enough, and I was not even working paycheck to paycheck. I was literally making a check and paying bills that were 3 months behind. So my mentor, Tina Howard, she has Wingstops all over Dade County, Tampa. She bought the first Wingstop here. She was my 7th grade teacher. She ended up buying a house. And when I saw the commissions that the realtor made in 2 months, 60 days, it was like $40,000. I was like, wait, this math ain't mathing. So I know how to add and subtract. And I was like, it takes me a whole year to do this. 1 whole year to do $40,000. So 2 days later, I was like, I don't know how to become a realtor. but I'm about to be a realtor. Because all I wanted to do was make a lot of money so I can help a lot of people. I did not have a passion for real estate. I did not know anything about real estate. All I knew is that that lady made a lot of money. And I wanted to do the same thing. So I quit my job. 2 days later, I don't know if y'all wired like me, but I do stuff and then figure the rest out later. Anybody like me here? All right, good, okay, then I'm talking to my people. And then I realized, wait, I could do this in 1 week. I don't got no job. I'm gonna do this in 1 week. And so I did it in 1 week. I failed the test twice, and then I became the rookie of the year. Y'all clap it up. Just in case y'all didn't know that was a period where you were supposed to clap, because it was a white male-dominated market. And even though I didn't know that at the time, I was just ignorance on fire. I was door knocking, I was calling people, I was calling my friends, and when they told me no, I was like, girl, you sure? I'm about to buy 3 townhomes in Homestead. How many people from here? So y'all know about Hurricane Andrew? Hurricane Andrew had torn out all the Homestead. I was like, oh, they developing. We're getting ready to buy and flip and do all this stuff. And so, long story short, well, that's the story, I guess. That's the story. All right. So now I'm in real estate. But there was this book I read, and I'm not an avid reader. Don't think I read all these books. I don't. I hang around the people that read a lot of books. Because then what do? They call you up and be like, oh, girl, you should read chapter 2, right? My girlfriend would literally take a copy of the page. She was like, if I send this book to Claudia, she's not going to read it. Let me just send her this page. Y'all got friends like that? So I just hang out with the smart people. But I read this book, and it was Rich Dad, Poor Dad. I was in college at the time when I read that book. And Robert Kiyosaki talked about passive income. He spoke about real estate. And so even though I didn't really know anything about real estate, I remember pieces of the book, okay? And so now I become this realtor. I'm making a whole bunch of money, y'all. What I made in income in 1 year, I made in 1 check.
Let's go.
And I was only 21, 22 years old. So I started thinking, what can I do with this money? What can I do with this money? And I remember, you from Carroll City, I assume.
Oh, you already know that.
Okay, cool. First of all, stand up. This shirt is an indication that he is from Carroll City, okay? Dressed to the 9. And so now I buy this duplex on 199th and 37th Avenue, behind the store Strawberries, and I'm like, okay. So I have a 2 and a 3-year-old. I told you I had a son at 14. Amari just walked in. That's him. Raise your hand. He'll be 30 in a month.
Yo, relax.
And then I got a 2 and a 3-year-old. I want y'all to hear that I got a 2 and a 3-year-old. So y'all pray for me, okay? I'm starting over. So the reason why I even brought that up is because I got to this marker. I got whiteboards all over my house for real. And there's one that rolls. So my 2-year-old daughter rolled it today in the room, and she's like, Mommy, are the markers sleeping? Because they like to write on walls. And so I'm like, yeah, they're sleeping. So she knows when she can't get a marker, it's because they're closed and they're sleeping. So anyway, I just wanted to tell you that because I was opening the marker. All right. So I decided that I was gonna take my little commission and I was gonna think about y'all say this out loud, future.
Future.
I want to think about my future. I was a single parent. That's my son. I did not want him to have the struggles that I struggled with coming up. And so I wanted to position him in a space of where, if I'm not here, he has some money coming in. So real estate is great. Real estate sales is great. There's no ceiling on the amount of money you can make, right? I was just on Fisher Island at a foreclosure that the bank sent me to. I want y'all to hear what I just said. I was on Fisher Island at a house that the bank sent me to go put on the market. And can y'all believe my assistant told the people we didn't have no way to get over there? I said, we figure it out. I said, girl, my best friend Stormy got a whole yacht. We gonna take the yacht. Well, we didn't take the yacht, we took the ferry. But any which way. I said, what can I do with my money that can cause me to have money while I'm sleeping? For real. And although I was making $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 checks month after month, sometimes twice, 3 times in the month, I'm a worker. You give me a bottle of ketchup, I'm selling it. Okay? And I'm gonna be number one at doing it. And so now I'm like, okay, I have all this money. I'm not gonna go buy cars. I'm not gonna go buy purses. I'm not gonna go buy all this stuff. What can I put my money in that I can literally receive residual income? So I think I bought this place for like $120, let's say. I don't remember, it was a long time ago. Right, I'm 21, 22, this is my first investment. I'm making $1,600, no, I'm lying. I'm making $1,300 over here, and then $1,300 over here. How much is that, y'all? It's $2,600, right? I have to ask y'all because I want to make sure y'all sleep. I just asked Josh, I'm like, why are curtains closed? And he was like, it's the light, the camera. I was like, okay, I get it. All right, and my mortgage was about $1,200, right? This was my principal, they call it PITI. Principal, interest, taxes, and insurance all in one payment, right? So if I'm making $2,600 a month, y'all, I'm paying the debt out of $1,200. How much money am I making every month? $1,400. Now, a lot of y'all gonna be like, oh, that's not really a lot of money. It's $1,400. I can go sell a couple policies and make this, right? But I didn't think about it that way. Remember, I was thinking about long term for my future. And my retirement age was 35. I mean, it took me to 40, but the point was is that I didn't want to be broken down trying to go walk up the stairs in Hawaii somewhere, right? I wanted to be able to be, you know, in shape, right? That's why we fast and we exercise and we lose weight, right? So now I said, okay, what if I could do this 10 times? Now how much money am I making a month?
14,000.
Who? Y'all up? 14,000. Now what if I could duplicate this another 10 times? You get the point. So that was the idea, but I want to back up for a second. Because I get on this live with Josh, and this is about infinite banking, right? I get on this, I didn't really know what it was for real. Amari was like, Mom, you gotta come speak about real estate. And I'm like, well, how is real estate? I don't really know what they're doing. So we had a live the other day. This is real stuff.
Absolutely.
And I'm like, okay, well, tell people what this is. And I'm like, wait a minute. I got these policies. I said that, right?
Yes.
And I said, wait, where's Amari?
Hello.
How many times have you asked me to borrow against those accounts?
What, you have me?
Yes.
Enough to where I got my own.
Enough to where he got his own. So remember now, I had him when I was 14. I went to college for free, so I want to make sure he go to college for free, right? So I'm thinking, well, I don't want to do Florida prepaid because now what if he wants to go to school outside of Florida? We're going to have a problem. I've been saving money for no reason. And so I said to myself, my mentor, y'all got to get around the right people. You got to get around the right people. I would not have known about these types of policies if I was not around the right people. And she was rich. So I was like, okay, I want to do what you do. She said, there are some policies, Claudia, that millionaires use, billionaires use, and they don't tell the common folks like us. But I got the information, so I'm going to share it with you. So I'm in college. Amari is now 3 years old. My best friend at the time, mom is a financial advisor. I take the information from Tina Howell and I give it to the financial advisor. She says, absolutely, we love these policies. Where you could build up the cash. This is what we were talking about, right? Where you can build up the cash, borrow from the policy, tax-free, no penalties. And I said, wait, maybe I could save money here for Amari's college fund. That was the only reason I did the policies. And of course I did one for me too. And then I realized, wait a minute, this kid's gonna get a full scholarship for basketball and his academics. And so now, guess what we didn't have to use?
The money?
We didn't have to use the money. So now the money is growing, growing, and growing. I said, well, he may want it when he buys a house and I'll be able to, help him. But he's not there yet. And so the money is still there. But what I didn't realize, Josh, and can I be transparent?
Absolutely.
I'm still stuck on, I don't want him to waste the money. I want to protect the money. I could have took that money out ages ago and bought him a duplex. Or he could have bought himself a duplex, a 4-unit, a 32-unit building. Would y'all not have agreed? I just got that revelation. And I was like, even though I have information, sometimes we're still stuck with the information that we have. And so you heard him. I won't let him borrow the money because I don't really know what he's going to do with the money. And I'm like, no, this is for you, for long term. And so guess what he did? He was like, okay, forget you, Mom. He didn't say that, but that's kind of what he did. And then when he got his own policy. And I'm like, wow, that's a big deal. So watch this. This is some real stuff. What else did I like about what else I liked about the policy is that when the market crashed, and I probably gotta look at my stuff. When the market crashed, I stopped paying into the policies. They kind of paid for themselves. They did. They paid for themselves because there was so much cash built up in there, right? Things were a little hectic. You know, using the market crash, everything kind of crashed, and you like, okay, wait, I gotta tell me I'm not the only person that have done this. Okay, what can I get off my books? What can I stop paying? Okay, wait. T-Mobile, can you reduce this? Cable, can you reduce this? Can you reduce this? Can you reduce that? You start reorganizing, right? You start reorganizing. So now I start to reorganize, and I say, you know what? I remember them telling me I don't gotta pay into this policy because it could pay itself one day. And that's exactly what I did. So I'm excited that I'm there. I'm excited that I get to expand, and I'm excited that now I have the courage and the knowledge to now pull that money. I had the knowledge, but it's just like, oh, this is a safety net. Protect, protect, protect. Save, save, save. But truly, you want to invest. And I don't know about you guys, my credit scores weren't always the best. See, when I was in college, they used to have these, they call it the set. How many people are in college? Y'all got a set at y'all college? Well, we got a set. And then on the set would be credit card companies lined up. Forget about the credit cards. I was broke. And so now they gave us free things when you filled out the application. So not only did I get the credit card, but I got the free stuff too. But there was nobody to really teach me, well, Claudia, when you use the credit card, you gotta pay the people back. And in order to pay the people back, you got to have some income coming in. I told you I was a broke college student. Okay, I was on food stamps, welfare, all that. I still have my Medicaid cards. It reminds me to never go back to Medicaid cards. Okay? So now, I'm tearing up my credit because I don't know that not paying the credit cards is a direct correlation with credit scores. I knew nothing about credit scores. And so now I come out of college, and now I've got to reorganize. I've got to restructure because now life hits, and I need my credit. I'm starting to realize I can't get the additional cell phone because I don't have good credit. I can't get the car because I don't have good credit. Or I get the car, but they want to charge me 30% interest because of the credit. So now I have to restructure and reorganize. But I bring that up because with this policy, I don't think you have to have credit scores. I just kind of make a phone call and say, hey, I'd like to have an advance, and that's it.
Right.
Wow. And even if I want to pay it back like I was paying the bank, I can pay it back like I was paying the bank. God. Y'all give it up for infinite banking. How many people have policies in here? Okay, put your hands down. How many people don't have policies in here?
Wow.
How many people are gonna leave here today? He didn't ask me to do this. I feel like this is altar call. I feel like this is altar call. Because here's what's gonna happen. What's today's date? The 8th, the 7th? The 8th. Today is the 8th, and in 5 years from now, there's gonna be another 8th of June. And you're gonna say, I promise you, you're gonna say, dang, I wish I would have done this 5 years ago. When's the best time to buy real estate? 5 years ago. Today. 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 Why today though? Why today? Because 5 years from now, do y'all see what's going on in the market? Like you could barely afford anything in this market. In Miami, it wasn't always that way. COVID came and it was just like, what? What happened? My $2,000 rent went to $8,000? Like, this is crazy. So the question is, are you gonna get into the game room? Are you gonna dribble the ball a little bit? Are you gonna take a risk on yourself? If I had not started that policy in the 90s, I went to college in 97. By 98, I had that policy. 2007 is when the market crashed. If I had not started in 99, I would not have had the option to not even pay into the policy. Does that make sense? Guys, my husband and I just bought a school building. It's 30,000 square feet, $3.3 million. 11 banks told us no. 11 banks told us no. It was not because we had bad credit. The school's been around for 7 years, so you know we have tax returns and that stuff. But y'all remember banks were filing bankruptcy last year? Y'all weren't like, I don't know about, like, I'm 44, so I'm still kind of young. I'm like, banks closed? Like, they filed bankruptcy? Did y'all know that? I didn't know that. How many people knew that? How many people didn't know that? Oh, so y'all are like me. I'm like, this is crazy. So wasn't it we had the credentials, they were afraid to loan us money. And so now I have to come up with, my husband and I mean, we do well, but we don't got no $3 million sitting in the bank, right? I'll just keep it real with y'all. Y'all real quiet. Laugh, do something.
We taking it all in,
Right. Hey, I forgot what I was about. Oh, so 3.3 million, right? I call my buddy Freezy. I say, Freezy, I need some help. I need somebody that can. I was really calling them to borrow the money for real, but I just didn't ask the question like that. I was just like, I need some leverage. You know, I'm looking for a loan for the school. And he didn't take more than 5 minutes to respond with a phone number and a name. That's all he sent me. He said, call this guy's gonna help. I did. But this guy was a hard money lender. Y'all say hard money. Y'all say hard money. Hard money. All right, watch this. Y'all calculate for me, so I want to make sure the numbers are right. We had to come up with 40% of 3.3 million. That's 1.2 million. Right? Is that right? Is that about right? 1.32. Okay, 1.32. We did not have this money in the bank. First of all, when they called us and told us the building was on the market, I told my husband, let's just write the contract and send it over. We'll figure the rest out later. I want y'all to think from that perspective right now. How many people don't have policies in here? Raise them high. I want to see. Don't be afraid, nervous. I'm actually shocked. We talked about this, Josh. I'm actually shocked that they're talking about that today in this space. Because when it was presented to me, it was specifically presented to me, and they specifically said, this is a vehicle that the wealthy use, and you'll never hear about it because you're not in that tax bracket. And I wasn't at 21. So I'm thankful that it's now spreading and people have access, right? Y'all should give y'all should be happy that y'all are in the space today, all right? So we came up with 1.32. Well, Claudia, if you didn't have it and you didn't know how you were gonna do it, sometimes you gotta say yes and figure the rest out later. Sometimes you have to say yes and figure out the rest later. And I told my husband, if we got to sell our house, we don't have no mortgage on our house, we'll sell the house, we'll live in the school, we'll rent a building. And I was serious. Because for me and my husband, for where we come from, for us to own a 30,000 square foot building is big. And see, the one thing that I was not taught in school was about entrepreneurship. They taught us to get an education so we can go to college. Now, I ain't gonna lie, I had fun in college. I met a lot of good people. I still talk to my professors because I'm a relationship builder. I build relationships, right? And so that's what they taught us. Get good grades. I did that. I didn't quite behave well all the time, so I got some D's and F's in conduct. I get it. They wanted us to follow this map of college. But the truth is, guess what? I make way more money than doctors and lawyers. And I'm a realtor that went to school for 7 days. Never take away my experience in college. I didn't know what I wanted to do, and it was kind of the thing that they expected me to do. So I did it. So I wrote the contract. Y'all are filming in here? Make sure y'all cut this piece out. I had my lender write me an approval letter, so it looked good with the contract. I sent it over. It took us 5.5 months to close on the building. So let's talk about where I got the money from. I bought a property in Opelika. Y'all say Opelika. Y'all say Opelika. How many people know where Opelika is? Okay, so you know the Bab.
The flea market is.
Was. I sit on planning and zoning in that city. And I do because I want to know what's coming. It is one untapped city in all of Miami-Dade that they have not tapped into economically. Do you think that they're going to tap into Opelika at some point? Okay, good. All right, so I bought a duplex in Opelika for $38,000. I can't make this up. Over 6 years, it has always been rented. So I've been making $1,350 on each side for many, many years. Well, now it's time to go and scale up. Where are we going to get the money? We had some cash, but we didn't have all the cash. So I said, okay, let's look at our portfolio. Let's see what we can get rid of. Let's see what we can do. So this is exactly what we did. How much y'all think I sold that building for? Just throw some numbers out. 500? 400,000?
650.
I sold the building for $500,000. I made a lot of money on that building. I just did. I'm thinking about the rents over time, low maintenance, and I go in the building and I make it look like I'm living there. Okay, 36 by 36 inch tile, granite countertops. I don't want the people calling me. I don't want them calling me saying you put this raggedy toilet in here and then now I don't want that. So I go in and I do what I need to do to the property so they don't call me, I don't call them, they don't call me, and they pay their bills. I sold this building for $500,000. So when's the best time to buy real estate?
5 years ago.
Now, because we can't go back 5 years ago. So now is the right time. Now, if I was smart, and I had met Josh a little while ago, because how old are you, Josh?
28.
That's what happens. The millennials come, they get innovative, they get pumped up, and you're gonna always have those people who are they just set the bar at a whole different level, right? So he's 28. He could be my son, look at that. He's 28. And I'm like, my mind is starting to spin because what I really could have did was borrow it out of my what? I could have borrowed out of my policy. I didn't even think about it. I'm just thinking about age 62. So even I was stuck. And I'm being transparent with y'all because you don't gotta know everything right away. Because what's gonna happen in the next, I have a goal of having a certain amount of units. What am I gonna do next? If I need to. Borrow from the what? Policy. I can always refinance that building later. I just need my foot in the door. I'll figure the rest out later. Y'all say this, figure the rest out later. Commit and figure the rest out later. All right, so now by the school building, we've got about 100 kids where we are, but my new school could fit how many kids? 500 kids. Yeah, but we won't get to 500 in the first year. We gotta beautify the building, right? So we're gonna bring our current students over. So how am I gonna cover this $25,000 mortgage every month? That's interest only, by the way, because it's a hard money lender. He ain't collected no taxes, no insurance, no principal. It's pure interest. Y'all calculate this, 25,000 times 24 months. And I only got the loan for 2 years, so I gotta figure it out quick. See, Josh like numbers over there, because I see his fingers moving like Medea fingers. Y'all remember that part in the movie? Y'all didn't even watch it, see? 600. So I've not paid $3.3 million for the property. How much have I paid?
600,000.
An extra 3.9. Really? Because all it is interest. Now let me ask you, buddy of yours got a bright idea and you think it's a great investment, y'all can make $100,000 out of the deal in 90 days. Well, he needs an investor. Can you do this, Josh? I don't even know if you can do this. Can he borrow out of his?
Yeah, you can use it for whatever you want.
Oh, okay, so you
Takes
can.
one debt.
All right, perfect.
Literally one debt.
So watch this. You know you're gonna make $100,000 in 90 days. All you need is a $50,000 investment between you and your partner. They call you up. You're gonna do the deal.
It's a lot, yeah.
You're gonna do the deal if it makes sense.
For sure. No
For
problem.
sure. So guess what? You're gonna be like this hard money lender because you're gonna loan out that money.
Right.
You're gonna make interest on that money, and you're gonna make $100,000 return. There's just so many ways you could diversify. And then I'm on the Instagram Live with Josh, and I remember I spent some time doing a clearing. We'll talk about that later. But it's a process for like 21 days. You go in a sauna for 3-4 hours a day. You take all these supplements, and you kind of clear your body out, right? And I'm reading in the sauna. And I'm reading, what did I tell you I read?
Money, wealth, life insurance.
Nope.
No. Coming out banking.
No. What would the Rockefellers
What would
do?
the Rockefellers do?
And then I remembered in the book, and I got smarter, y'all. I stopped taking notes in the book, because guess what you never go back to? The book. So I would take the notes, and I would write them over here in my notepad that I do look at, just some cliff notes. And I remembered, wait, Josh, I think I remember this in this book. I remember them buying policies from people. We talked about that.
Yeah.
And you said,
You can do that.
we could do that. So now I can position myself. He might be 59, let's just say. And let's say 58. And he wants money right now, and I don't know. I literally go and buy his policy. Now I'm scaling. Y'all just don't look at the product as one thing. Look at it and say, okay, here is the one thing. Now, how do I diversify in the one thing? Don't come over here and try to do the insurance and then come over here and try to be the agent, the real estate agent, and now you're the mortgage broker, and now you want to be the title company, and now you're the master of nothing. Am I making sense to somebody today?
Absolutely.
How many people own real estate in this room? Put your hands down. How many people do not own real estate in this room? How many people want to own real estate in this room? How many people want to make money in their sleep? How many people want to buy at $40,000 and potentially this build? If I would have kept this building would have been eventually $1 million. Y'all got property in Liberty City. I'm just like, wait, what? It's worth what? I would have never guessed. Developers are coming, they're saying, we want to buy you because we have a project that we're getting a tax credit on, and we need to develop these 50 units, Ms. Hibbert. We would love to buy your building. And then you don't sell it to them until they buy everything else, and now you're the only one left. What are they going to do? You think they're going to pay you value or overvalue for it? They're going to pay you overvalue because they need it. Think about this. This is not a story. This is not a story I'm making up. got 5 minutes left. All right, good. This is your property. They have bought everything over here, and you just held out because you're smart. And you know they're going to go trick all the other people. Because this one over here has a situation where the parent died, and now they don't know what to do with the property because we didn't teach the kids what they needed to know, so they just gave it away. Boom. This one over here got some financial issues, so this is like a great deal. They're going to take the $1 million. And this one over here, oh, okay, we need to retire. We're going to go to North Florida because that's what people do. They go what? North, right? And then you're just still here. And then they come and say, you know what we bought? You know, because it's public records. They spent $500 on this one, $1 million on this one, $750, but you're gonna sell yours for $2 million because now they what? They need it. They need it. The question is this gonna be you? Is this gonna be you? I did a 1031 exchange, tax deferred. They didn't have to pay taxes now. And I went and bought, they bought a bank. They do nothing, it's a land lease. The bank pays for everything. Taxes, property insurance, everything. All she does is collect $16,000 a month. Does that sound attractive to you? So when do you need to buy real estate? Now. When do you need to buy real estate? Now. Good. Don't listen to your friends. Oh, the property values are so high. Find you something. Find a diamond in the rough. And you work on it. You work on it. I just sold a house in Liberty City for $399,000. It's worth $650,000. Wow. Liberty City. Okay? So get in where you fit in. People die every day. True, facts are facts. There are over 1,000 cases a week in Miami-Dade County alone. That's probate deals. Somebody died. They didn't do what they didn't organize. They don't have their trust in place. They don't have their deeds in place. And now, boom, they're in probate. And nobody taps into the market. What are you trying to tell me? I can't hear it. All right, cool, because he's going to keep me on time. Okay? So y'all figure it out. You can't do it alone. Create a little investment group. Get 3 of your buddies, 4 of your buddies. Don't believe them because they're your buddies. Put your paperwork in order. You need your operating agreements. You need it notarized. You need it secured. You need it in public records so it's very clear. But get some buddies around and say, hey, come on, you got 10, 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 that's 50,000. Let's go buy this 32-unit building. And it's gonna feel good. And guess what you're gonna do? You're gonna leverage that building to buy the next building. Because guess what's gonna happen? I have a 30-unit building, let's use 30 for calculation purposes. All the rents are at $1,000, let's just say. How much money is in a month? $30K. Y'all got that? 30 units, $1,000 a month. But what happens is that landlords typically get lazy. I'm included too. And they love the tenants and they don't want to increase the tenants' rent. But then COVID happens. Or if you're doing it properly, which most times we do, you're increasing the rents every year by $50. And over time, what's happening is that, and let me just use the board. What's happening is that values are going up, right? The value, let's just say I spent $5 million on the property. No, let's say I spent $1 million on the property. Year 2 is now worth 1.3. Year 3 is now worth 1.6. Now it's worth 2 million. Up it goes. We get in a disastrous of a market, which we are in. It goes down a little bit, but it's going to come back up because that's what gravity does, right? So, and that's just what the market does. So what happens is now this $1,000 rent times 30 is $30,000 a month. But now your rents are at $2,000 a month in 3 years. So now how much are you making? Times 30 units. Come on, y'all. 3 times 2 is 6. $60,000. So what happens now is that because of inflation and like gas used to be 99 cents. How many people remember when gas was $1? We talking about premium. When's the last time you saw gas at 99 cents?
Don't exist.
It doesn't exist. And we ain't going back to 99 cents. Eggs are $6 for the raggedy eggs. So what happens is now the value is going up, the rents are going up, you're getting instant income right away because these people, everybody's gonna let everything go, but they're not gonna let their roof over their head go. First. They might lose it, but it wasn't the first thing to go. The car is gonna go, this is gonna go, the concert tickets to Beyonce no more, like for real. Right? So now the income went up, the property value went up. The income went up, the property value went up, the debt is still the same. What happened to the debt? What happened to the $1 million that I spent in this building? It's still there. But who's paying it down? And who's increasing this? No. The value of the property, who's increasing it? Life. Presidents, elections, the economy. Does this make sense? Y'all excited?
Yes.
I don't even know if y'all excited or not, but forget y'all. I just got excited. In my mind, I'm like, okay, 1,000 units. Like, I'm for real. Y'all follow me on social media. I'm going to show y'all how for real I am. Y'all follow me on social media. My first and last name. What? Well, where is my little thing? I don't got my thing.
Open up Instagram real quick, Javi. Pull up.
Yeah, pull up the Instagram. Yeah. They're like, you don't have a presentation? I'm like, no. Y'all ain't about to have me doing no PowerPoints.
Just Google her.
Exactly, just Google her. Yes, I love it. But guys, for real, if this makes sense, say one. I think I'm on Clubhouse and Instagram. Drop a number 1 in the comment section. Right?
There you go.
All right, cool. So that's that. Anybody has any questions for me? When do I get started? I was serious. Okay. All right. We got Mike Runners like Grant Cardone's office.
Claudine, yeah, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. First of all, thank you so much for this amazing presentation. So I qualify for the VA home loan. I've been like educating myself on it. I'm just wondering about pros and cons of it. Do you recommend it? Have you worked with any veterans that have used it? What do you have to say about it?
Yes. Well, first of all, thank you for your service.
Thank you, man.
So I'm gonna just say this: with so VA is a veteran loan. You have to have served, and you have to have a number of hours to get your benefits to purchase as a VA homeowner or investor. Now, he put 0% down. Y'all say 0.
0.
Let me back up. How many veterans we have in the room right now? Raise them up high. All right, cool. So now you get to put 0% down. He pays no mortgage insurance. He can collect 6% from the seller to pay all his closing costs. I'll tell you this. There's no loan limits anymore on VA loans. So if a banker tells you there are loan limits, go to somebody else that doesn't have overlays, because that just means that they don't want to lend over $3 million. That's usually the number. But I just sold that same mentor I told you about, Wingstop. I just sold her a $1.5 million home. She put 0 down. She got a 5.3 interest rate in today's market. Guys, that's big. Because the average person, including me, is not getting anything less than 7. And there are no loan limits. He can buy at $6 million if he has the capacity to buy $6 million. Watch this. You gotta learn to ask the right questions. Are you a disabled veteran? Okay, just because he is not in a wheelchair and with a cane does not mean he is not disabled.
Hello.
My disabled veterans don't pay property taxes. Ever. We gotta get a veteran something. They go to war. They come out. with, what'd you call that thing? PSTD?
PTSD.
Yeah, that. Gotta do something for him, right? So now listen. He can buy 4 units. He can buy 8 units with his VA. He can. If he lives in 1 unit, what's your name, sir?
Adrian.
Adrian lives in 1 of the units. He can use his VA. Because VA also says that he has to occupy the property. If we're gonna give you these benefits, we're gonna make the community stable, he has to live in the property. It doesn't say how long. He could live in there one day if he wanted to. So he put 0 money down. He lives in the property, no mortgage insurance, and if he has any level of disability, he does not pay. Well, it's 100% is 0, and then, they figure out the rest. Did I answer your question?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so we should be talking to each other. DM me right now.
Yes, ma'am.
You live here?
I live in Miami Gardens.
Okay, cool.
Right
That's where I'm
here at
from.
Carroll City High School.
All right, that's my stomping ground. All right, perfect. DM me right now, for real. Like, take a picture of me and then DM me the picture, and take a picture of you and then send it to me.
Awesome.
And we're gonna connect and we're gonna put you in some properties. All right, go ahead.
It's kind of a leading question, but the policy that you had that you didn't know that you could take cash out of, it kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier, which is why the person that sold it to you, why didn't they stay in your life long enough to give you the information that you should have had?
So that person no longer does financial advising. We still have a relationship today. We talk often, once a quarter maybe. I run into them. And that's a good question. That's a good question. But we in the right spaces, in the right rooms. I'm in the right space. I'm in the right room. I have a connection to my son. My son made a connection with him. Now Josh is now starting to educate me all over again. And so I don't know the question to that. But I do know she does not do financial planning. They were like policies I did and just moved them to the side.
95% of people in this business. Nothing wrong with it, but I honestly feel we're so blessed to be in this room, and especially just big thanks to Josh. It's very rare.
Y'all give it up for Josh.
Yeah.
I can tell he's thinking. He's thinking, I gotta do more educating. I gotta, teach people what they can do with these things. How many people are gonna leave here today with a policy? You're gonna get to the person who invited you here. Haha, y'all ain't know I know that today. Let me see him. Let me see him. Let me see that. Let me see the hands. Let me see the hands. He didn't ask me to do this. He didn't. That wasn't my job. My job was to teach you about real estate. Did y'all learn something about real estate though?
Yeah.
All right, good. Any more questions? I think I got 2 more minutes. All right. Okay, 2 questions.
What's the best way to transfer like a property to a family member or somebody?
So what is the best way to transfer a you mean transfer, or you mean in the event that you're no longer here?
Like transfer, like right now.
Gift it?
Yeah, gift it, transfer.
Okay, so somebody has a property, you have a property, let's just say you want to just gift it to him real quick.
Yeah.
I would say a quick claim deed. A simple quick claim deed. If I have a property that I own and I want to relinquish my ownership to you, what's your name? Anthony, I'm going to do a simple quick claim deed. I'm going to have a professional do it, an attorney do the quick claim deed, and I'm going to sign off, and now he's now the ownership of the property and all the debt, all the liens, everything that comes with that property. He takes over.
Is it tax free when you do that?
Well, it depends. Are you giving the property over $0?
Yeah.
Then there's no tax. I mean, you're not selling it, so there's no tax implication there.
You want to be friends?
Right. Well, who giving away properties? Can I get in line? I'm just asking. All right, any more questions for me? Okay.
So I recently, this year, I got my real estate license. I'm doing real estate right now.
DM me. Take a picture of me, take a picture of you, and DM it to me.
Absolutely. So yesterday, I just had my first closing.
Oh, good. Y'all clap it up.
So
I'm seeing so much movement in the real estate market right now, and I'm attacking full on, and I'm planning on having several more closings very soon. So my question is, what do you suggest would be my first real estate investment this year? I mean, long term.
In terms of what?
Like, in terms of what would be like the safest thing I can get, or just what would be the smartest investment as far as, let's say I have a very good year, what should I get into first?
I would
Because there's a
follow-
lot of different types of.
I have bought from the courthouse foreclosures. I have bought tax certificate deeds. I didn't do that stuff though until later on. My first thing was, how do I get money now every month? So I bought a duplex. Now, let's just say I didn't buy a duplex and today I wanted to start investing. I have so much more knowledge now that I did then. I wouldn't have started at two units. I would have done 30, 32 units. Because when somebody leaves out of that apartment, think about it. If you get a duplex and one person moves out, this person should at least be covering the mortgage. And this person is now creating money in your pocket, right? But if I had 30 units or 32 units and two people decide to leave, I'm not feeling it. I do not buy single family homes to rent because the minute they leave, it is vacant property. Somebody can squat in the property. Somebody can pretend, like I've seen it all. And now you're stuck with paying the mortgage on that property. And let's just say you pay cash. It doesn't matter. You're still losing a return on the money that you put into the property. So I would start big. I would start big or just go home. Don't go home though.
Yeah, no.
I would definitely start big. And definitely, like, do you own anything now?
I do not.
So even, let's just say, he's not aggressive. He's not a Claudien. He's not aggressive. I'm aggressive, right?
I'm trying to be rookie of the year too.
Exactly. Hey. All right, I like him. I'm recruiting him. I'm just letting y'all know. That DM gonna come, I'm gonna be in his DM. I think you need to meet with Elena and I. I'm gonna name drop. I'm gonna bring him in the Grant Cardone's office. Your stuff gonna be all over the screens. No, but seriously, let's just say, God, can I just like, oh, actually, I don't have to flip. Let's say he was conservative. He can use an FHA product, okay? That's a government loan that allows you to put 3.5% down, which is very low, okay? And it doesn't require very high credit scores. You can get in with a 580, a 620, etc. And he just, what's your name?
Henry.
Henry? All right. You DM me yet, Henry?
I'm going.
Yeah.
I was paying attention to you.
Yeah. Multitask. Henry buys a 4-unit building because FHA, well, let me just say this. Most municipalities and city consider 4 units as residential lending. Anything over 4 now is commercial lending. So FHA is a government program for first-time home buyers who are buying a single family to 4 units. Y'all clear on that? He can put down, y'all write these notes down, 3.5% down, okay? They're a little lenient on the credit. Harry must have, the language says, Harry must have the intent in moving into the property. The intent. Harry moves into the property, but let's just say he moves there for a year. Okay? He's now collecting $2,000, $2,000, and $2,000 from this person. How much is he making every month?
$6,000.
Let's just assume that his mortgage, taxes, insurance is now $4,000. How much is he clearing every month?
$2,000.
All right, are you okay with that?
Yeah.
You like that idea?
Yeah.
So you're kind of living rent free? How much you paying rent right now?
$1,000.
Okay. Okay, all right, cool. He's smart, he's living with people. See, some of y'all would have been like, some of y'all was really like, dang, where you paying $1,000 at? But he's smart. He's like, yeah, I live with people. And he's happy about that. He's smart. Okay? He's collecting his money, saving it, and not pouring it into something that's not making him any money every month. Right? So let's say he lives here for a year, but now when he decides to move out, this unit is now worth $2,500 a month. When this lease expires, it's now $2,500 You get the point. Is this a good investment for him? Is it a good investment for him? Yes. Absolutely. If 2 people move out, he's still going to be able to carry the what? Mortgage, because I told you the mortgage is what? $4,000. Y'all following me with the numbers? All right, so the mortgage is $4,000. If 2 people move out, is he at least covering the mortgage? And what's going to happen with this property over time? It's going to go up. You got a policy, Henry? Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, so he's gonna get a policy today or tomorrow, whenever he's gonna get the policy, and then he's gonna start, tapping into that as well. Okay, one more question. 2 more questions. Everybody that got a question, stand up.
One more question.
Okay, let's do the last two.
Based on the question that I just made right now, okay, what area, based on your experience, would you go to invest right now, like a 3-plex, 4-plex? Because
Whatever my capacity is. Well, if I got the
the
capacity.
market has to make sense over the rent.
Absolutely. But typically you do that and you analyze that on the front end of the deal. If it don't make sense, you move on to the next property.
Okay, what area?
I just told you, Liberty City, which is, we kind of call it the bottom, right? Is selling for what? $600,000. Like, I would buy anywhere. People need somewhere to live.
All those areas are going up right now because of global warming. Because people think that certain areas of Miami are going to be underwater over time. So areas like
That water ain't coming while we alive.
areas like Liberty City or Little Haiti, now are better going up in value because precisely they're not that near the water. That's the whole deal.
And you'll start to see people that, like, if you just drive through, that there's some blocks and corners that I would not buy on. Like, you could give me the property, I'll say take it back. Those are very high crime populated areas. I wouldn't buy in those areas. Because you want to be safe when you go to your own property too, right? But there's so many places, anywhere, really. Pompano is up and coming. I can't believe the prices in Pompano. $1 million properties. So you buy where the numbers make the most sense. You don't need to go look at a property if the numbers don't make sense. And this is the truth. Do the analyzation on the front end, which is a whole nother class. Follow me on Instagram. I do free classes all the time. And we'll go through how you analyze a property. Okay? And then got one more last question, and I got to get off the stage. Right here. See? Okay. You got you.
What do you look for? Like, what are the key points when you want to buy into a location?
Location, location, location.
Just
That's
location.
the first thing.
That's it.
That's not it. You said the first thing.
Okay.
Or the second thing? I look at the numbers.
I want all the key points.
Yeah. I want to see what is the rent roll.
Okay.
I want to see what it costs to buy that property. I want to see if the rents are where they need to be. And if they're not, it's okay. I'm going to buy. A property could be selling for $500,000 and the risk could be way off. But then I'm just gonna buy where the seller really should be selling. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then I'll increase the rents over time because that's probably gonna come with improvements and things like that.
Oh, of course. All right.
Yeah.
So you just look at the location and then.
A location is one.
The first.
And then the evaluation of the property, of the asset. I need to know what the rent roll are. What's the expenses versus the income? What's the insurance? What's the taxes? Well, does this property need renovation? I have to factor those things in once I determine the location.
Gotcha. All right, thank you.
All right, cool. Come on, Josh.
You're awesome. Awesome. Thank you guys so much. If you can pull up the checklist. Awesome. So we heard from a lot of great speakers today. We received a lot of value. We started off our day talking about consciousness. We talked about how money relates to consciousness. We heard from a CPA about taxes. We heard about...
sorry. Make sure you have your CPA on deck.
We have our CPA on deck right here in the middle. We heard from a branding specialist and business developer. We had a good lunch. We came out, we talked more about money and got into more details on finance and insurance and how it ties into your mind-body connection with Adam and real estate with Claudia. And this is a little checklist that we created to help you along the way of being able to understand what step-by-step for beginnings, for assurance, expansion, having the right team. This is so important, having the right legacy building team. You want to have a lawyer. You need accountants, attorneys, experts, executives, consultants, people that do what you're not great at so that you can bring people in and have other people be around you. Next slide, please. This is my exact money budget worksheet. You're gonna get all of my spreadsheets and everything in here as well. But my money budget worksheet for every single week, every month, for a quarter. Next is the time budget worksheet. It says money at the top, but this is the time budget worksheet for 168 hours in a week. This is how you track your schedule. This is how you find extra time. Tony Robbins calls it net time. It's all the time that you say, I have no extra time, N-E-T, net time. There's tens of hours of time that you have here that you can find right there. Next. If you want to complete the final assessment again, you guys can do that. This is now, after today, my goal is that you drastically increased all of your knowledge in all of these fields so that you can have a higher confidence and certainty in all aspects of your life financially. Next. Same thing here. We have this back here again next. Cool. And so today, my goal is to help all of you guys really be and empower you to take control of your finances, to help you and grow your mindset, put you in touch with the right people, have opportunities to connect to people like Don, like Nishay, like Claudianne, like Adam, like myself, like our team, and the right people in the room so that you can have two or more like minds, which is a mastermind, coming together for a common cause. That common cause is for us to create commerce and success and business together. And so you're going to get everything that we went through this morning, strategy call, mastermind calls. We're going to do them Fridays at 2 p.m. Eastern time on Zoom. They will be recorded. Cash flow secrets, systems to how to grow and scale your business, systems for how to organize your cash flow, systems for everything so you can plan out your days and have more productive days. Those to me are priceless. This stuff has changed my life. I wouldn't be here today without any of these things. I'm giving you all the systems and trainings that I've had. The legacy program and the checklist to make sure you're doing everything. Today, we're offering that. You can find somebody in Polo for $9,997. I've invested over $100,000 this year in my growth. And if you can't do that at one time, I understand. That's why we do $997 a month. And you can do that for 1 year, 12 months. And that's a $997 investment in yourself and in your business so that you can grow. And just like Claudianne said, I'm no different than any of you guys. She is amazing. And she said, you guys are all just like me. You guys are all just like me. 90% of the room is all business owners. We're here to create commerce, live a good life, be the best type of people that we can be. At the end of the day, that's what this is all about. That we can improve our consciousness and live in more peace and love and joy in our lives, and also increase our money so that we can live the good life, whatever that means to you. Right? We live in Miami, there's good life all around us. We walk outside, we see palm trees, beautiful weather, beautiful people, life is great, and we have so much opportunity in the world. And this mastermind is an investment to be able to grow and scale yourself and your business. And so I ask you to join me on this. I would love to add value and empower you guys to take the next level in your success. And that's what we're going to do today. You can go to the next slide. Next slide. It's going to have the legacy program and then the mastermind as well. So if you guys want, you can visit our website, mastermind.myinfinitecapital.com. You can call the number on here. I realized at lunchtime it's actually 2274, not 4474 at the bottom. Or find one of the people in the black polos with Infinite Capital. We can assist you with building the mastermind. Or scan the QR code. Thanks, Javi. Good job. Or scan the QR code, which is easier as well. But that's at the end of the day, I want to bring people together so that we can have a more successful life, so that everybody can say that they achieved everything that they wanted to every day. I've shown the people in my office, but 5 years ago, I write down a list of 50 things I wanted to do, be, and have in the next 5 years, and we've done 39 of them. And so the only other couple things are like going a couple places, go to France, go to Egypt. I want to do a couple cool things like that. But everything else has been done. All right, and this is not going to be the first. Some of you guys were like, "This is your first event." This is the first event I've ran in general. This is the first of these workshops. You guys find value in this? We should do these again?
Yes.
Yeah? All right, cool. We're going to do these again. Thank you. I want to thank, come up here, baby, my beautiful fiance and business partner, Yuritsa, for supporting me and us, and also being everything so that we can grow and scale a business and our lives together. I also want to thank everybody's sponsors and people that are here for the event. Thank you to all the speakers, Don, Nishay, Adam, Claudiane, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the Infinite Capital team. Clap it up for the team. Thank you to Malik and Deli for managing the video and audio and photos. Thank you to Jose and Javi for getting everything done over there with the AV. And thank you also to the OWL app. If you guys, right now, you guys can go in the back. The OWL app is a phenomenal app to network with everybody in here. It is not only just a podcast booth, but it's also an application so you can network and connect with other like-minded people. You're going to be able to find some of our agents and other high net worth individuals, business owners, entrepreneurs that you can connect with. So you can actually ask questions whenever you need to. And it's an amazing app. You can go right back there and talk to Jason and the team. They're phenomenal. Thanks to everybody else for coming here. And thanks to you guys for being here today on a Saturday when other people, Jason, I just gave a good shout out. This is Jason from the OWL app. You can watch the video, but I just shouted you guys out and said thank you, and go back there and do the podcast and download the app and connect with people. And thank you.